Thank you for after. Thank you for after this life, that there's something to strive for, to shoot for, to have a purpose. So thank you for that. Thank you for Shiloh. Thank you for the gospel. Thank you for the narrow way, the suffering that we must go through to receive that inheritance. So thought I'd come on here a little bit. If others are getting ready, and see if others see what it is that I'm seeing here. Uh, you couldn't make up the the rate of change that is happening right now. It's hard to fathom. But it's not surprising. No, it's all going by the script here. So this whole annexation, or whatever they want to call it, of Canada, the 51st state, all that, these massive moves that are being made again are just alarming, if you will. So Greenland, all this is a war. These are war moves. Wars. This is what kind of happens. Things that happen during war. So most people, again, very asleep at the wheel and are not understanding, not familiar with war, forgotten their history, and repeating the same woes again of history. So what a biblical time to be here on this, to walk the rock that we're on here, and to be a witness to these very days that are the destruction of this constitutional republic happened a long time ago. So this corporation is now being taken over from the inside out, and they've got their man to do it, Mr. Two-Face. So couldn't pick a better candidate to pull off the say one thing and do something else, Mr. Giannis, Mr. Two-Face. Yeah, well, they're way behind, way behind how far Putin has already been building up and hardening his militaries and his whole Arctic. He will control all this Arctic byways and highways of the water here soon. So we have leaps and bounds. We're decades behind, but I hear you. We do have, the time we've been in Greenland before. This is not our first time that we are. Yeah, we're not gonna know. Yeah, look like the Unabomber. Yeah, you look like you're worried about your eyes. We're at war, and you're thinking of the Unabomber. You know how old that is, man. You got mass murders and Chief running the show. They're literally killing people all over, and you're worried about some uni, when our biggest killer is the, mente mind. You are controlled, governed by that same mind control, which you see on the television, all played by a script. Just out of your mind, aren't you? Just lost in your eyes. He's warned about idolism and imagery. So, Minecraft. Minecraft, interesting blocks and bits, and yeah, that's a game, right? Minecraft. I think my son had played that game. I played that game too a long time ago. It's been a while. Built a castle out of the side of a mountain, just dug out. Yeah, that one. Minecraft. But I don't play games, too many games. So, yeah, it was interesting. I played with my son when he was younger, so it's not the worst game in the world, right? So, but I think they got their zombies and all. They make their references to all these games and stuff. So, some kind of reference. They've always got to put it in the tell eyes to the game. So there's lots of things they put in games too. Prognosco means to have foreknowledge of, and they prelude and beta a lot of these coming lies to your eyes, and they do it through the game. I know because I'm a veteran, and they had game systems that are far superior to anything you play today in the 90s when I was in the military. So yeah, it's hard to get away from it, but it's even in the games. It's in the games, and the games are, all in the box, the Cabra, but a little bit is okay. It just, because you can get some information from them. Everybody loves the zombies. I don't know what it is about zombies. Zombies are a big hit. My son loved playing the COD, the Call of Duty zombie, all the zombie maps. Yeah, people are very infatuated with the zombie. I'm not sure what that is, but we have modern day zombies. They're just like numb, like Roger Waters, like comfortably numb skulls, just boosted, if you will. They've been gamed, they got gamed. Like I got played like checkers, very simple, as they're playing a game of 5D, chess here right on the rock. They're walking the board pieces around, pawns, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Kings and queens, it's all a big game to them. They're going to tokenize the whole monetary system because it's Chuck E. Cheese. It's a big, digitize and tokenize this new system they're going to bring in where you got gamed. They just game the system for veterans like me, made me thinking that I'm going to do some good cause when I served a beast system, and turns many people like myself, soldiers, into zombies because we don't want to think about the things that we do in the beast system that we serve. So some are quite veterans that PTSD will turn into zombies, but that's what, if you serve the beast, that's what happens. They give you all kinds of pokers and jab you with all kinds of stickers, if you will. I was a police officer in the military, so I had all kinds of things. They stuck me at above top secret security clearance. So, yeah. Call it E for where you run empires and avenge the world. Huh, interesting. Yeah, there's all kinds of those. I guess that's like a World of Warcraft and all these other some of these other games that people play. So a little bit of time away from reality's all right. Just moderate. Don't get stuck and hung up like some people. They just the new beta comes out. I can't imagine how many divorces have been caused over honey, you better clean up this damn house. The new beta's coming out, and take care of them kids. A lot of times it's a woman who'll whoop your butt too on the other end of that game system. You got these guys like, yep, honey, you want some of that? You better have this house cleaned this week, and next week I might give you some. Yeah, these men are quite they get gamed by their women. But anyways, they act more like men. But that's the problem with men. They play too many games, and this is what happens. The women have to take over. So that's what it is. It's the world I live in, where everything has all been forward, changed, and twisted, and perverted, and extreme is the new, awesome, right? Extremism, like take your parts and sew them on and cut them on other people parts, kind of like they did in the past. This extreme blending, militarization of the law enforcement, militarization of the government. And all right, well, let's do it, guys. Why do I always talk about this? I'm doing it. I got another vehicle. I bought a Tacoma double cab. I plan on working on this one because this is the one that I originally wanted. It's an 01, so I'm going to sell that 4Runner and put the money from that into the Tacoma. So it's got a little small small issue, but I'm going to have this, by the way, too. Hold on. If somebody calls, I said they call between 4 and 6. Okay. So, I would have done right. And this next week, I'm going to be going and trying to take, and get, soon we're all going to be one country. It looks like here, some of us, a line might be these borders up in Canada might become America here soon. So I don't know what that's all about. That's war. I told you what that's just, I know war, and that's what that is. So either way, though, I'm going to make sure I have mobility. So I bought another pickup truck. Now let's go outside. We'll take a look. I'm going to put on I'll take you guys out there. We'll go look at it real quick. Check out this double cab. And what I want to do to it, what I'm going to try to do to it here is get it up off the ground. Obviously, get that rear end up off the ground as high as I can without getting up too high. Because you don't want to have too large of too much lift. I don't need to go that stinking high. I just need to be able to move within the. Yeah, I know that's stupid. What do you guys like? $2 trillion in debt? We're like 36 trillion plus unfunded liabilities. So that would be a stupid move. We're all gonna go outside. All the puppies. All the puppies. Come on, more puppies. Come on, girl. Come on outside, girl. Come on. Let's go outside for a minute. Probably, Olson. Probably. Go on out there, girl. So, I'll give you a second. I'm going outside here. Get my water bottle. It's more. You're getting Berkey. All right, so we've been pretty wet here out in the desert for the last couple of weeks, man. We've been getting a lot of moisture out here. All this extra moisture we got on the ground out here, but that's okay. But here's the other rig that I had bought. Like I said, I went up and it took me all day. I went to look at another 4Runner. It didn't work out, but I ended up buying this double cab Tacoma here, which is in really good shape. It's got some paint flaking back there, but I can fix that. I've got read on the Romero, they want to combine countries to have $1, then later combine the rest of the world to have $1. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's not beat on. It's not clapped out. It's got one little dent on the hood. Somebody dropped something on it. Stay in the yard. Stay in the yard, boys. Stay in the yard. Hey, cut it out. I'm on the live stream. Other puppies got to go over there with their dad. So I did a paint job on this one and changed it from that red over to this beige. I need to wash it because I took it and romped on it and drug the drag with it. Hey, cut it out. That drag the other day with the Toyota, and it was muddier than all get out. It's like tractor pulling, but it needed it. I don't know. It did good. I mean, I hooked that up to the bumper and it didn't budge it at all. And it did good. I actually rotted on it for about a half an hour, really bumping it hard, dragging that thing real hard on it because I had it hooked up to the back of this, but it didn't do anything. That'd be no different than taking and pulling somebody out of the mud, just yarding on it really hard. So didn't budge anything. Didn't even the heat or the temperature didn't even move on it. So it's a pretty clean truck. Normally that seat's pretty hammered. The inside, this is me already. That's from being in the desert. Look at that already. But clean truck. The dash is clean. It's a good condition. So I think this is the one. I found the one that I wanted to put the money in. And so this is going to be the one. And then I'll go ahead, and if I need to, my dogs I'll be able to put a bigger back window. I might even take this window out, and it don't have anything to do with Biden, David. That has nothing to do with Biden. Has nothing to do with the economy. I can't stand that word, Biden economics. That's pretty narrow-minded, and I don't mean to go there, Dave, but it's not Biden who's doing it. I hope you're not fooled by all that nonsense. So you're playing their game. But yeah, all this touchscreen stuff, I don't never had anything like this, but it's got the white gauges in it. And but yeah, clean truck, not beat up, smells good, no funny smells. It's got like 260 on it, so it's not real. You know, these things go for 300-400 miles, but I'm going to take it into the shop because it's making, the belt is making a little bit of whining noise. I'm not sure what it is. It ran great. I took a fiver. There's only damage to the truck. It looks like somebody dropped something right there on it. You know, something dropped. So not a big deal. I'm probably going to repaint the truck anyways eventually. So I might have that looked at because it's clean enough. So traded the motorcycle for a paint job. So I don't know. We'll see. It's a nice enough truck to maybe put that kind of money into it. So I mean, I've got to ride this bike a couple times, but I'd like to ride it take some big long trips. You know, it's got the V6 and yeah, I know it's a bunch of hogwash. Trump is the #1 spending president ever, David, in the history of the United States of the United States of America. Trump is the #1 spending pretendant mass murderer in chief. So, yeah, it's not. Biden and Kamal Akbar couldn't outspend the. So yeah, like I said, I don't want to get rid of this bike because I finally get a bike again, and every time I get a bike, I have to sell it. But we'll see if I can hold on to it by summer. But this would put a nice paint job on that truck. I imagine somebody would paint for what this bike is worth. It runs excellent, and it's obviously got all the extra little parts on it added to it. You know, it's got ape hangers on it. It's really rides really nice. I like to ride. I like a big bike. Yeah. You know what I say? Somebody said, Zero, that I heard that I think is a good way to put it. It's going to be weird. It's the next 4 years are going to get weird. Weird is what somebody said, weird. And I couldn't agree more. So anyways, back out here at the farm, out here in the high desert here, we're hanging out. Didn't really do much today. We went and chased this vehicle near Washington. It was in, what was it? Happy Valley, I think it was. We went there and then looked at some other 4Runner, which was a limited, and it didn't have the rear end in it. The guy said it had 212 on it. It ended up having 500,000 miles on it. But these things will run forever. And so, yeah, we hung out for a little bit, and then we took off and headed down the south, down the I-5, headed back towards Eugene, got almost the Junction City cut off, and had to go back right up to where we were at. But this truck was up there. I got a hold of this guy earlier in the day, and so we ended up negotiating on a price that I could afford, and hopefully now I'll have the price point in it that I can put some money into it. I want to raise it. I want to put a ARB front bumper and a winch on it. I'm going to put a back bumper and a winch on it. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do the back end yet. I don't want to limit myself. That I might do something completely different, you know. I'm different, so I don't know why I'd want to make it like everybody else's truck, you know. Well, I actually got to go over here and see if this UFO light, all the UFO lights aren't coming on. Maybe the solar light fell down. Yeah, it looks like only one of the lights is up there on the UFO. So over there is the Rusty Dragon. There's where it's done with it, but it's nice to have them over there to be able to enjoy it. See, yeah, I drug the driveway out here a little bit, but oh, look at it, flipped upside down. So they're not going to come on today either. The solar lights, oh, it got water in it. Oh well, it'll dry out maybe. Maybe. I was wondering why the lights weren't coming on. It needs to be like that. There we go. So let me scoot this over here. All right, solar lights for the battery, for the UFO. So anyways, oh yeah, I was looking for that the other day. Okay, I got some tools over here. Just wondering where I left my tools at. I'd set them down over here when I was building the rest of this fence over here. So, oh, here comes Juniper girl. Here comes my pretty girl. Oh, her so pretty girl. Her matches the desert. Hey, girl. Hey, pretty girl. You hanging out with the puppies? You hanging out with your boy? Is that your boy? Is that your puppy? Yep. You been out there eating mice? Are you been eating the mice, my pretty girl? Yeah, she's a desert kitten. Look at her. Look at that pretty little tail she's got with that little white spot on her tail. Hey, girl. Psst. Juniper girl. Psst. Juniper. Hey, psst. Girl. Psst. Sweetie Pea, what are you doing, sweetheart? What are you doing, sweetie pie? Are you out catching mice? You look like you got been eating mice. Her little belly's getting full. Hi, buddy. What are you doing, boy? So yeah, we're out here at the farm. And she looks like she's been feeding her. Look at that belly. It's pretty full. Oh, here's Panda Boy. Hi, Banner's gonna come over here and help too. Come here, Panda Boy. Come here, yes, you boy. Come here, my boy. Come here, big kitten boy. Come here, big kitten. Come here, kitten boy. Banner boy. Banner. He's mad at Dad. He had to sleep outside. He peed in the wood box, and he knows not to do that. The box was empty, so he spent the night outside. He's gotten timed out. You scratching? Are you gonna go scratch on the logs? Yeah, she's an amazing little girl. She's a savage. She's a hunter. There's my biggest guy. My Tuggy. My biggest doggo. He's a big guy. Huh. Leave him alone. Leave the kitties alone. She's boss. You gotta be boss hog. Be boss hog. She's bossy. She's a girl, so she's got to be bossy. She's a good girl, huh? She's a good girl. She's just bossy. She's just bossy. She got to be bossy. She got to be the boss. She got to be the boss. She's got to be the boss. You leave alone. Leave alone. Leave alone. Those are my kitties, please. Thank you. Good girl. Good girl. Huh? She's a good girl. Yes, she is. She's a good girl. Yeah, get there. Come on, Zero. Get there, man. This is the playlist. No neighbors, man. No neighbors. I'm living the dream out here. There's the maiden over there. See her? She looking up at the sky. On her back with her arms folded, the maiden. No, it's yeah. That is an automatic. That pickup truck's an automatic, but it's okay. They make such a strong transmission, so... Here's the entrance to the, you can see we're getting some pink skies there. We get a layer of the skies in this desert or something else, but Oh boy, I just stepped in some pretty good mud. I got my mud boots on, so. But out here in the high desert, look at Marcy's coming to help. So driveway was pretty messy. Pretty messy. I drug it out here a little bit. Like I said, we got it drug the driveway out a little bit. I've got to get some more gravel out here eventually, so I'll do it. I'll get it taken care of. Okay, Marcy, come on, girl. Stay in here. I'm not going that far. Come on, girl. This is the entrance into the front of the Rusty Dragon over here. You can see the Rusty Butterfly back there in the back, and then there's the Rusty Cowboy over there. That's the property over there. Kevin bought that property over there. So I was able to come with some funding to buy this pickup over here. The pickup that I need. So I need some more gravel. I'll have to get some more gravel here too, but let's go inside. This thing's always, even when it's hardly, not even windy, that moves a lot. Marcy. There she is. We're getting a little cold out here. Look at that, a little iced over. So, but anyways, some of the, have a thing for hanging thing on poles. Again, if you watch the channel, I build all this out of repurposed materials. But anyways, we'll go inside here. A little chilly out here. Just thought I'd bring you outside and show you guys the truck. Oh, look at that. Haha, no pigs. No pigs. No pigs. People in government. I don't want no pigs in here. No uniform clown pigs or no people in government. I don't do government. So no people in government. Yeah. So Kevin's going to be able to, right now he's staying over here. I'm letting him stay over here because this has got all the fireplace in there and he's able to burn a fire and stay over here at the Rusty Dragon, which is nice. You know, he's got his bed in there. And yeah, I'm glad he's able to stay in there and enjoy the fruits of the labor of all the hard work that was put. I'm not done with it. I'm almost done. I'm going to put the roof in put the soffit on the back of the roof and put the, hey, you leave. You do leave it. Quit running there, Juniper girl. She's gonna chase you if you run. Hey, leave her alone. Psst, come here. Marcy, I know if she didn't run, you wouldn't chase her. She don't chase the cats if they don't run. Only if they run will she chase her. So it's a game. So, but anyways, yeah, see, Kevin's been staying over here. I made him put some boards down. I didn't make them, but I said if you wanted to, I told him there were some of these mill ends over here where he put those down so his truck wouldn't get all washed out or whatever, and he can make his way back there. It wasn't too bad, you know, but yeah, anyways, so little shot of the Rusty Dragon there with all the mill ends, all the log siding on the building there, and nice seeing smoke coming out of there. And yeah, so I'm gonna have to get on this, pick them up here too, but you can see it was pretty nasty out here. We were definitely pretty soupy making a mess here, but I'll try to get her straightened back out when I can and drag the driveway with the drag and do what I can. I try to go that way with it. It was just too soupy back that way. You can see I drug it in here, but then it just didn't. I stopped right there. It was just too muddy. I know back there it's not nearly as hard packed. So, oh yeah, I just stepped in that. See what I'm saying? It's really soft. So if it's wet, it's soft. But I threw it. This is a great I got from a guy that I'd bought. I actually have it turned the other way here, so those don't grind out the dirt. They do a good job. It's kind of on their own dragging, and then I put the two big tractor tires behind it there, and well, they're not huge, but big enough to keep a little more bite on the one edge, and it does a good job at knocking down some of the ruts that'll be able to drag back through it over and over there again. So
the life of being off grid, I do need to get a set of tires. These tires have had their last day. I mean, maybe I can get them back up, and I don't know. They already tried to work them one time after the SWAT team, whatever did to them. They never held air the same. So yeah, I live a pretty simple life, man. I'm a minimalist. So, but you can have a full lifestyle. I mean, you can have running water and everything you have, you have in the city, you can have off grid too. You don't have to have you don't have to skimp in luxuries. What are you doing, pretty girl? What are you doing, sweetie pie? You look fat, girl. You've been eating mice. You've been out there hunting, haven't you? Oh, look at that. They love each other. Oh, they love each other. There's my big panner boy. Hi, guy. What are you doing? Yes, your boy. You're a big guy. Yeah, see this one too. Nothing I can do. So I'm going to have to get some more tires for these Zuzu here. The old flatbed did a good job at keeping this place, and eventually get another wind turbine up there. Get some more batteries. I lost my batteries, all went to crap. So I just worked them too hard for too long. You're not supposed to run them under, and I should have more, but I do what I do. It is what it is. They worked for several years, so I got a lot of years out of them. But anyways, I'm gonna head back inside. It's a little chilly out here. I just wanted to bring you out and show you this truck. So this is the double cab that I was able to get. It really is clean. Has got a clean title. Never been an accident. Like I said, the belt inside's whining a little bit, but it didn't affect the driving in it. And I really couldn't hear it. But I want to go have it looked at. She was going to call me with a quote. I had another place call me a quote to do a whole, to the timing belt, the water pump, the tensioners, the guide, the whole. It's just, this is only a 4-year truck. They only made this truck for 4 years. So I want to take care of it. So I might even go ahead and see if this guy will paint it and bite the bullet there, so to speak, and give up my motorcycle. I haven't ridden in a long time, for any extended periods of time. And this is a very therapeutic bike, shaft driven, so it rides really nice. It's just all around, probably a lot more bike than most people can ride, because it does have a V6, a car engine in it. But I've grew up riding motorcycles, so I like, I am 6 foot tall. I'm not short, I'm at least 6 foot tall, so I'm tall enough to ride a bike like that. And anyways, feel like I used to be a little taller, but things happen. So, but anyways, a little shot at some of the silly little things we got out here in the high desert. Some picked this up a while back. That's a massive claver right there. But anyway, so these ammo cans. I'm gonna get some of these. I thought I wanted to use. I might try to put these on the, because I have a rack that was due for this vehicle that I have painted back there. I'll show you it. And I'm not sure. I might sell it with the vehicle. We'll see. Did you see that thing, dude? Look at that thing. Brrr. A monster. I use that to tow to people out with. Put that in the 4-wheel drive and bring it with this beast, so I can pull people out with that thing, huh? That'd be a good way to attach multiple chains or something. So, but anyways, like I said, it's in good shape, and maybe it is worth giving up the bike, to get another paint job on this. I mean, all that was happening here is these are known for having a little bit of that seam right there sometimes peels on these white trucks. I don't know what it is about white paint, but this guy put this stuff, and I started peeling it off of there. I need to do it on a day that's not cold like it is, and the puddles are frozen. It'll probably come off a lot easier, but I can touch that up. I know how to paint. And if I need to sand all this down and get it all back to where I can wet sand it out and get it, but it's white. That's what white paint does. But other than that, you know, some little things like this, little trim pieces that could be touched up. That it did have some, look like some window guards on it at one time or something like that, you know. But anyways, not a bad rig, and again, it's pretty clean inside. It's, oh, this side's locked. But oh, there's my glasses. I was wondering where my sunglasses went. But anyways, clean. You know, a little dirty from getting in it from being here at the farm, but it was clean when I bought it. You know, but nice little rig. I'm gonna go ahead, and this is the way I think of the one that I found it. So I need to stop shopping and not worry about any more of these out here. And this is the one that I'm going to go ahead and put my money in. It drove real nice and straight. So again, it's got a clean title, and I think it's never been in an accident. So definitely not the color I want, but maybe I can, again, do a color change. If I wanted to, I could just paint it. I painted that one myself, but I don't think I'm going to paint this truck. You know, this is a $5,000 unit. Actually, this one, the timing chain's been done. It's a really nice unit. This motor is absolutely as solid as this 3.4 is really solid in this truck. This is the same motor that's in this truck as well. But anyways, yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. You know, maybe I could turn that into a really nice paint job. That bike's worth, you know, $5,000, you know, with the extras with it, you know, just with a model with the bags and the sissy seat and the rack and the, you know, just the extras that are on this particular model. But that's about the same amount of paint job that it would take to paint this door jambs and the inside of the door thing, take the back of the bed off and paint that, take that stupid truck bed liner out. I want that out of there as soon as possible, but I bought it to get it, you know, whatever, it was in there when I bought it, but I'll have it take it all off. But I'm going to probably sell this one. I wish I could just keep it and just beat on it, but I don't want to. It's so nice anyways. I mean, I got to clean it up. I took it out and ran it through the just down the driveway and drug the thing, so it got a bunch of mud. But like I said, I painted this one. You guys seen this one was red when I bought it, and painted it out here, and it's fine. It works for now, but I want a regular paint job on it, you know. And I wasn't done with this one. Actually, I was going to give it a little bit more touch up, but anyways, I saw a Chevy. I must not be a good spot. I don't know if you've seen that Chevy, and it's like a black, but it's a brown, or it's like a plum, or it's like it kind of reminds me of a color of a VW that I used to have. I used to have a 58 ragtop that was called a burnt cherry, and it's even darker than that. It changes colors, but that would look pretty neat on this here, or maybe some of that, you know, Tacoma green or something like that. That one of those flat colors on this thing would look really nice. Wouldn't be bad to go back to the Tacoma green. The original Tacoma green of this truck was really nice, you know. But anyways, I'm gonna go inside. It's a little chilly out here. Go check my fire. Just wanted to bring you out, show you guys that pickup that I'd gotten, the rig that I got there. Go inside the Rusty Cowboy here. Little shot of the Rusty Cowboy there. Yeah, it would be okay. They're all okay. Lion, those are good. They're all decent. I mean, you can't beat a Toyota, to really honestly. I mean, Kevin's truck is a 2014, and honestly feel as if that truck will be around for, what's a little dark in here, few years from now. It's just as solid. It's super solid truck. Might have to go out there and grab the solar lights, guys. Let me grab these other solar lights. Maybe good for now. Never mind, I don't care. Could probably turn this up a little bit. There we go.
more light in there. So, yeah, you know, I could go any color with it, but that Chevy color that I saw was a really nice color, guys. I'd never seen that. And it was on a Chevy. It was nice. Yeah. So, like I said, I'm, you know, it was a long drive. It was a long day. We ended up spending about 11 hours on the road. Something like that, but came home with a nice pickup. It drove home 5 hours. Good. I want to get it into the shop and get it looked at. It is a truck that has, you know, that truck in green sells all day long for $13,000 to $15,000 with it being that Tacoma green. So, I got a good price point, entry point on it. And so I'm going to try to take the, you know, a little bit of an extra that I have less that I paid for it, put it right back into the motor and really make that thing as solid as I can. And I'm not sure how to do the back end yet on how I wanted to do that. I don't want to say that I want to put a canopy on it or a topper, or I'll kind of leave myself some availability to kind of see what else comes my way at this point in time. You know, there's a lot of different ways to go with it, you know, with that back bed. And so I liked having that 4Runner, but it really is pretty limited on space. And so, because I want it for the dogs, you know, so there's enough room in the extra cab for those dogs to, let me plug in my phone here, for those dogs to be in that extra cab and not crowd me out, you know, be breathing down. So, I think it'll work good. I think it'll be the vehicle, and I'm really happy, you know, appreciate, it was a long drive, you know, Kevin drove all the way there and a lot of the way back too. So he spent a long time. We spent 11 hours or something, and he had to drive back all the way back. So himself and his vehicle. So, but like I said, I think it's a good rig. It's clean. It's never been an accident. It's got a clean title on it. So it's the vehicle I was looking for. It'll be room for the dogs. It's got a good motor in it. It's not super high miles. It's got just a lot of possibilities. It is a little limited because of the 4 years that it's made, but it's okay. Just like things like the roof rack. If you don't want to drill holes in this model, it doesn't have, you know, the fame like Kevin's 2014s. They addressed that issue and put like a strip on that, and it's got a little black, you know, stripe. So you'd be able to, all this TRD, Toyota Racing Division stuff, is top of the line stuff. So I even looked at taking and maybe having the Toyota dealer fix it if it's a couple $100 more, or maybe a few $100 more to fix it out of the Toyota dealer. I think I want to take it there and have them do the right, because they'll put their Toyota parts on it and Toyota certify it, and they'll have a Toyota sticker on it. And I don't like to overpay for anything, but sometimes you get what you pay for. So I've been looking into that. So next week, I'm going to be really going hard in the paint next week. I mean, next week is the week to get it done. I mean, I'm going to be on it Monday morning, calling and seeing if I can get it into the shop and get it up 2 or 3 inches lifted. I've been thinking about buying this other bumper, but I don't know. I might not even get the yes on it that I want. That bumper is so reasonably priced. If I get it, I'll probably just go ahead and get it anyways and fix it, because it needs a little work. It looked like it caught on fire or something. I'm not sure how. Maybe in the water.
I've been in the water for a while.
Is it rusted the way that front bumper is rusted? The whole bumper is Sonoma. Cool. Yeah. I just really like the Toyota pickup trucks. I like the 4Runners. They have just an amazing ability to drive off the road, and that's my whole idea right now. In the future, what do you plan on for your future? To make my own road. I want to go to where there's no roads. I want to be able to drive to Mexico without ever getting on a road. Does that sound like I need something that'll do that? You know what I'm saying? Narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate. So, I need something to make blaze its own trail, if you will. Have its own ability to get off road and to make its own road. Kind of like blazing the Oregon Trail. So. New Hampshire. Okay, thank you for that, Dan. I'm just learning a little bit more about some of this stuff. I've done off-road vehicles before, but man, that's what I was trying to explain to others and stuff. My son turned me onto these Facebook forums, and man, they are just an amazing wealth of information. Yeah, I think you need skid plates. Kevin and I were talking about sometimes the downside to skid plate is they catch a little mud. Right? They can be kind of mud catchers, so you might carry around a little extra mud with you. But good design skid plates, I think Toyota Racing, they've really thought about a lot of that with their skid plates and things like that. But absolutely, that's what I'm talking about, man. If I got to drag that thing over a log or something, I want it to go. I want to be able to get away. I mean, 100 yards might be the difference between being alive and not. And I don't even want to be in the skin, but I'm going to keep trying until somebody takes my life, or I die of some kind of whatever natural cause or whatever. I'm going to keep trying, man. I'm going to keep trying to stay alive. Even though I don't want to be alive, I'm going to keep trying to stay alive because he said I have to endure to the end. So it's just part of what I have to do. So it only makes sense. Flight is my fight. That is what I called this live stream. Flight is my fight. So my flight is how I plan to fight this, with flight. Get away from you idiots that want to fight with other people. I don't want to fight with anybody. I want to be out there in the wild blue yonder and making my own trail and blazing my own trail. I might even stop and partake in a little blaze of J or something on the way after I make a stop for the night or something. I am not fighting anything. I don't want to fight. What I fight is principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. That is my fight. That is my battle. My battle is flesh. I fight my flesh because I know I could do a lot of things to get rid of a lot of big problems in this country, but that's not for me to use one of my training as my certification for whatever training I have. My training now is going to be in setting fall traps and skinning bucks and running trout lines and eating brook trout and throwing fishing poles in the water. My other people who don't want to fight and want to hang out in the woods on the side of some kind of beautiful structure somewhere on our rock and be more with nature. What is that all about? So, but my fight is not, my fight is the flesh. Wrestle, Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So I continue to wrestle just like we all do, well, not all of us do, but many of us do. We have that struggle. So I don't want to struggle in the future with messing with people who don't own a water filter. Like somebody who doesn't own one of these water filters to me is very unwise. You need to have things like this in the future to just not be a burden to other people. And maybe you could share, if you had abundance, you could help another brother or sister out that's wanting to help themselves in the narrow way. You can't turn a goat into a sheep, so don't worry about that. Nope, that's not possible. They're already behind shows from the foundation of the world. But things like this alleviate a lot of the problems in the future for you. Things like this, a headlamp is going to make all the difference in the world between day and night. So there's a lot of reasons why. There's a lot of things you can do to alleviate some of your stress later by being a wise version, as he said,
to have extra oil and be girded in his service. And he said, be in the world, but be not of it. So we have to do things. We have to put legs on our faith. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't. Did you? Nice. This is nice. This is nice. And I normally don't buy nice stuff, Noah, but actually the lady at the parts store gave me a veteran discount on it. And she said, these give you veteran, you're a veteran, so I can give you a better discount as a veteran. And she gave me this price on this. Well, she showed me whatever it was in their screen, but cheaper than I can find it online. So I normally don't buy this kind of stuff, but yeah, this is a really nice unit. I wish I could find some more batteries, and I'm sure I could if I look online, because this model has the one where you take off. I couldn't figure out how to charge it at first, and I looked at the directions, like read the directions there, goofball. But this has the battery in it, so you could buy extra batteries for it, and it has the battery that plugs in with the C cord. So you could get extra batteries. Okay, cool. Anybody want to send me some batteries? I'll take an extra battery. If anybody want to tithe some extra batteries to the ministry. No. But either way, though, I'm going to look at getting some extra an extra battery or two. Wouldn't be a bad idea to have as a backup, you know. Ooh, that just flashed in my eyes. They're silly. Don't be looking at it. But yeah, it was kind of my fault that the strap broke on this. This part of the strap broke. But, you know, I make things work. It's right here, the little clip in the back. But I put some electrical tape, and it's holding real strong, and it's okay, because when I put it on my hat or whatever, and I normally wear a hat, it's fine. So it moves around. It has that. It comes off too. I think you could use that as a flashlight if you had to. You know, you could take it out of this case. I don't know why you'd need to do that, but obviously it's it's got a very bright capacity. So things like this are going to be, it's sticking. That's why this end is wore out, because I stick it right here, and that's what I've been using before I got that other studio light as my studio light. I was using that after my battery had died but now I've got this other, I got this light at the Goodwill for $7.99. And this light's pretty neat. Look at this here. It changes spectrum. Wow, you really can't tell that much on that, but it does. I kind of like that light there, the natural. That's all the light in here. That's all the light in this building. There you go. I paid $7.99 for that little light at the Goodwill. It's got all kinds of up and down features and 3 different shades or whatever. So I paid $7.99 for it. So, and it wasn't even on half off. And I normally don't buy anything unless it's half off at the Goodwill. But for $7.99, it's keeping the live stream going here, because it's LED, so it doesn't use a ton of power. But anyways, these little things, again, brothers and sisters, are going to be things, again, that I've been trying to shove down your throat so that you be wise and you don't have to fight with anybody over things that you could already have had put it to the side, or excuse me, set apart. These things are obtainable if you'll shift your priorities a little bit. I'm sure many of us have a lot of things in our lives that could be exchanged. I'm a trader. I'm a horse trader. So trade something you have for something else, or go sell it and trade that money for something. I very seldom hold on to money for very long. I put it into an asset, something that I know that I can fix or sell, or, turn for a profit if I put some time or effort into it. So hopefully this Forerunner will be very, very profitable for me. And I don't mean by money wise, meaning that I won't have to spend my time fighting with people who are not smart enough to be have a flight mode, because sitting there in one place, that means you want to defend where you're at, right? You're trying to defend where you're at. You're so strong. You have an army of people. You have an army of people to beat the Skynet and the drones and all this energy that they can just shoot via satellite down at you, or do whatever they want from below or above, chase right up your smart meter, like we're seeing in California. Again, the same example of what's going on here. And you're going to defend that, right? You're going to defend the spot you're in from who? Who's coming to get you? Who is it? Is it going to be the government that's coming? Law enforcement? They go home and tuck their tails. It's going to be the people who don't have, people who are opportunistic, people who are less fortunate that didn't put up anything. And then their bellies are going to start hurting because they've never missed a meal. And that's a whole different feeling for them. So I would, consider maybe having a B plan. And you need to be at your bug out already. If you've ever heard that term, bug out, live at your bug out. How about that? I live at my bug out. You guys see where I live. I don't live near anybody. Neighbors are too far away that they can't hear me. If I screamed and hollered for help, nobody's going to come save me. So that's freedom, if there was ever freedom, right? So not having a neighbor. And now, like I said, I actually have Kevin as my neighbor, and I just consider him as part of this whole. So he's not like having a neighbor. So I'm thankful for Kevin being able to be here and enjoy this place too, because he's come out here. And like yesterday, the sunset, we were coming home. It wasn't even the greatest, but it was beautiful. Some of the colors, just a couple clouds in the sky, where he's just enjoying what's here. So I think he's the right fit for the person that's supposed to be here. That's why there isn't nobody else here but him right now. And again, I'm looking into trying to bring a couple other people here now, but they got to be the right people. Probably going to start with, I have another property, and I'm going to bring people to that property first. It's a beautiful property. It's even in many ways nicer than this property. So I'm not just throwing you into into nothing. So I'll be looking for another person out here eventually here soon. If Father wants it to happen, it'll be like Kevin. It'll happen. But it's time. It's time to get another person out here. Somebody who's like Kevin. I think he can take priority enough to still look at the world and see everything that's going on, but then still be wise enough to, look at the truck he has. That truck will go anywhere. I cannot believe how, just leaving out of the driveway's a wreck. That truck just floats right through the driveway like it's nothing. I mean, it's not that bad, but it's really soupy and it's just nasty, slimy, and truck just sticks, just goes right over the top of it. And that Forerunner did too. It didn't even hardly leave a rut, in four-wheel drive. So, because you're not spinning. So, definitely, respect the fact that he takes seriously the fact that you need to have mobility. And that's what's caught my eye about him right out the gate. He knows that Kevin don't want to fight nobody. I don't think Kevin's lay down. I don't think you want to mess with a guy. I don't know. He don't brag about anything, but I don't think he's kind of a guy that would defend himself. I don't think he's just going to lay there. But
I don't think he wants to fight with anybody either. I think he's smart enough and understands what I'm saying. Why fight? We could be fishing. They're fighting and we're fishing. Sound like a plan? Because I'll leave this place in a country minute. This is just a good spot to kind of ride out the storm until that day comes. And like he said, he's some of the things he said are absolutely, I know Father sent him. You know, we need to be gone before it happens. If it's 5 minutes early, it doesn't matter. We need to be gone before it happens. So he's willing to leave this place too. In a second, he don't care about this. He cares about being away from it if that's what it would come down to. And then being away before it even happens. You know what I'm saying? You're an evil corporation. Oh, apologize. You're doing hell. Yeah, part of the corporation. Everybody does evil who participates in this government beast system. So unfruitful works of darkness, children of darkness, and they serve this beast corporation. So, yeah, they're part of the beast, and they love it, and they love their beast system, and they serve it. It's their master. It's their corporate master. Their merchants. Yep, absolutely. You know, I know you're a man. The beast is man. You're such an idiot, Jacob. You don't even know that. Yep, the beast is a man, and you're a man. You can't serve two masters, so your master is yourself. See, guys, it just came out. The master came out of him. His master was self. So, but anyways, this is what, again, I think Kevin is taking it serious enough, and that's what I'm saying. He just enjoys the little things. He's really enjoyed the rusty butterfly, or excuse me, the rusty dragon over there, and I think he may end up buying that building. I don't know, and he doesn't matter if he buys it or not. He can stay in it as long as he wants, you know. But he enjoys all the work that I put into it. You know, all that extra work that's into that building is not like, you know, he's like, you know, the price I gave it to him is like the price I sold him to the land. It's less than I have in it. Basically, I'm losing money. But whatever, he's here. He's somebody. He's here. What's feel like why try to gain from him? I would not have. I would lose money to sell him at the price like I did on the property. But it's okay because he adds value to the whole. So, and then he enjoys it so much. Why would I try to turn, you know, a profit on him? I could, but I won't do that. So, I'm thankful to have him here, you know, like I said, because he's enjoying that building. He can stay warm. His animals enjoy it. The kitties are up there. They love the loft. They just fit right in here. The dogs love it. So I'm thankful to have him enjoying the building, of all the work that I did on the building, and the uniqueness, right, of the building itself. It's not like he looked at other buildings. He's like, the price you're giving it to me, I could just get a square, you know? And so all the extra work, all the hard work, all the labor, I'm just giving it to him for nothing, you know, basically. So, but that's okay. That's what you do, you know, when somebody becomes part of the whole and they enjoy it like that. You see him. I'm reaping the benefits. My profit is seeing him enjoy the building and being there, and like I said, enjoy what the uniqueness that there's not another. I couldn't build another one like it. I don't have the materials to do it again. Not that same building. I used the best of the best that I had on that building. So, but he bought the other building too. He bought the 53-foot tractor trailer. So I gave him that for next day. I basically just gave him that. So he doesn't know that, but that's okay. I mean, the cost that I gave him the land for was less than that in the building. It'll be a home. It's a 53-foot tractor trailer, and we'll make it into a really nice home. And then he may eventually bring that rusty dragon over if he wants to purchase that and put that on that property. And then he'll have a place for, he's got, you know, daughters and stuff, some I believe in the Pacific Northwest, and they can come visit him and stay there. And or vice versa, he can stay in there. I told him he don't have to move it if he didn't want to. Even if he bought it, he can keep it here until he decides to move it over there. It's just part of the property, so he could even stay there if he wants. I'm not, like I said, he's been a good neighbor to me, as far as over there. He's, sometimes he stays to himself over there almost all day doing his thing. I don't go bother him. Sometimes I have to, whatever, to go get him to get the ride or whatever I needed, but he's enjoying it. So I do like, I like the fact that he took the initiative to come out here. So hopefully we'll get another person or 2 or 3 out here. I mean, this is the time. I don't know what people are waiting for, to react. I don't know what people are waiting to, like, what are you going to get a new house in a year or something? Do something. There's no excuse for this now. And do keep doing you. But if you're not making an exit plan, you're going to succumb to what is, and I may too. I might not be able to get away from it. There's nowhere you're going to escape the judgments from Father, but, I'm happy to get the pickup truck. I'm happy to have somebody here that knows that we might have to just leave this place. All the hard work that's, Kevin's been doing such an awesome job. He's like the firewood king out there. He's always splitting it and bringing it in the house, and hardly had to carry any firewood in since he's been here. So it's been nice having him here. He enjoys my cooking. You know what I'm saying? Likes the cooking. That, I love to cook. So we made some. I made some mini slider burgers. Onions, and it had jack pepper cheese and grilled onions and grilled buns, and just whatever, a little bit. Made some really good sliders earlier today, and yeah, he's been enjoying the cooking, and I think he's eating healthy, and I think he feels better than the place he was at. I don't think he really liked. He had quite a bit of property there, but it just wasn't the right spot, and I feel like this is where a body will do well. He's suffering a little bit from some irritation from just where he was at in the environment, and he seems to be less irritated with the whatever the irritation from just the environment. Here it's very alkaline. He drinks this lots all the Berkey. I told him just drink all the Berkey water you want, and then and again, I don't try to eat a lot. I've actually cooked fries once or twice since he's been here, and I don't really cook fried food anymore. I used to love cooking fried food, but I stay away from oil and try to eat a little bit more healthy. So, and he's really seems very take a lot of initiative, although we haven't been able to do it exactly yet because the weather hasn't been conducive as to get that underground garden going. He's really excited about growing food. And he had chickens. He had chickens back in where he was from. So I want to get this chickens back up and going out here too. So we have chickens out here, and yeah, it'd be nice to get some of that side of the farm back out here, to get the homestead back working again, and get some animals back out here. His dogs are amazing. His cats are awesome. It's just a good fit, so Marcy's a little bossy, but that's okay. We've got, look at here, we got Chewy right here with me. She just loves me, huh? Huh, Chewy girl. She's just a pretty girl. She's a pretty girl, huh? Yeah, that's Chewy. Yeah, that's she's an amazing little girl. She's not really into too many of these Chihuahua little tiny dog things. She don't act like that at all. She just acts like a normal dog. She doesn't act with a little dog. I mean, little dogs are okay, but some kind of get that little dog attitude, and she is just an absolute she's just a sweetheart. Yeah, she's a pretty little girl too. She's a pretty girl. Look how pretty she is. She's so pretty, girl. She's got little bad ears. She's got little bad ears. And Marcy too. She just really loves me a lot. It's pretty funny. Because I guess Kevin spent, he spent some time watching the live streams for some time. And so it's pretty funny when he came here, he's like, Marcy already knows who you are. My dogs don't normally do that, but they know exactly who you are because he would sit there on the live stream and yeah, the live stream. I know you guys do it too, but it was kind of neat that the dogs already know me. They sit there and they lay right here. The dogs, hey, a lot of times the dogs are over here. They're hiding over here. And that's fine. He doesn't, she can come and go. Marcy can fit through. She can go in and out that big gate all she wants. But, and so can she can fit through the gate. So she has leisure to go whatever way that she wants. And sometimes Kevin will leave the door open there and, because that fire can get pretty going in there pretty good. You can leave the door open there and it'll still stay nice and warm in there. And, the dogs come and go, which is kind of nice. So I like that they're over here. I love puppies. I'm used to having 4 dogs. So this seems a little more like what my normal flow having. I always have at least 4 to 5 dogs. I mean, I've had 2 dogs before, but 3 and then 4, and then because I breed animals. So I like having them, and it's nice having the other dogs, and they like having the other dogs here too. When he went back and got his stuff, he went back and got some more things or whatever and got some more things ready to eventually I'm sure he'll go get a few more things out there. And yeah, these dogs didn't know what was going on. Hey, good to see you, Sister Donna. I hadn't seen you. Thank you for your comment on the on the videos about appreciate your support. But when he left, I didn't tell these puppies and that they were going, and they were kind of taken like, hey, where did the girls go? Where are they at? Right. So it was a little weird the first day. You know what I'm saying? To not have the puppies here. The girls make a good fit with like I said, Marcy, she's so bossy. She tries to beat on Tango and Tango don't care. He's like, lady, I do not care. You can try to be mean to me. He just like that. He just turns his cheek, say Tango just turns his cheek. He don't want to hear it. He's like, whatever, lady. I've already, Marcy, come on now. So he don't try to, fight with her. He even one time let her roll him over. She tried to be all puff and he just let her, he pushed her and he's like, whatever, lady. And she rolled him and he got right back up and he's looked at her kind of funny and she tried to puff on him and he wouldn't do anything. She put her hair back down. She thought she'd get a little tough with him, but she's a tough little dog, but obviously, but they get along good. And she snaps at the cat a little bit, but not like that. She's not. She'll lay right next to him. It's only when they run or they like, I don't know. She just bossy. Some women are a little bossy. So she's just a bossy girl is all. She's not trying to hurt anybody. She's just trying to be boss. She got to be the boss. She got to be the queen out here. So it's kind of neat because Tango's king of the castle here. But he don't care with her here. He's like, you can take over. I'm just here to enjoy he does. They get along. And then it's so funny because she don't want nothing to do with pants. Otter boy, she don't have anything like that. They don't, actually, she's barking out there. I wonder what she's barking at. She quit barking, but anyways, what time is it? 6 o'clock? Yeah, 5:40. Cool. Let me go see what this girl's barking at, and I'm going to go grab these other solar lights out here that are outside. All right. Got these other solar lights have their own panel, and I unhook them. You can take that outside, make it on an automatic, but I didn't use these, just using the LEDs. And then my other two batteries went bad because I just overused them, so we're gonna plug these ones in. All right. So these are the solar lights that go down the middle here. You can see that light's not working, but I don't know what's going on with this solar light. But these are the solar lights there in the kitchen. You can see lights, they throw out more of a yellow hue. But yeah, there's the solar lights. I got those from Home Depot. But take my headlamp off. Yep, it's magnetic there, so I can stick that right to the side. I was using that for a little bit. But anyways, those were nice. Those lights worked pretty good. I think Kevin paid like $10 more. He found a set of them. That's the last set they had. And he got them for the cabin over there. And that should be plenty enough to light up that rusty dragon over there. Go on, Pants, go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, buddy boy. What are you doing? No, you Mr. Pants. He's coming to love on Dad. He's coming to love on the Dad. He's coming to love on the Dad. He loves his dad, huh? Yes, he does. He's a good dingo boy. He's a good boy. Him's a good dingo. He's a quarter dingo, huh? So, but I'm very happy that I was able to obtain that truck. And yeah, he's such a good boy. He loves the dad. He really does. Do you love the dad? How much do you love the dad? How much? See, he just loves the dad. All the single time. You love the dad? He's my boy, no kisses. He's a handsome guy. He's handsome. Herm's so handsome guy. He's such a goofy guy. I've never had another dog like him. Seriously. Hey, you be good boy. So, but yes, so this other vehicle, this other truck's going to work out. What you doing, girl? What you doing? What you doing, pretty girl? You go outside with your dad? You want to go outside, Chewy? You go outside, girl? You will let me know if you want to go outside. You come back over here and lay with me, or you can go outside. Oh, wait, how's our fire doing? Oh, we might have to put some more stuff on the fire. Yeah, there's a massive exodus out of California. I don't know why anybody would ever want to live in that state anymore with the well, I don't know. I don't live in a very good state for politics either, but I don't do politics. But that place is just known for having some very overstepping. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, all that green agenda that they push there. So, oh, Cameron's can't keep his. He's got it coming out both sides. Man, your breath stinks, Cameron. What have you been eating, man? You smell like you've been eating. Something's coming out your backside. Your breath stinks pretty bad. Smells like your backside. Who's somebody been kissing somebody's rear end? The laser lady. Yes, California is a massive economy all by itself. Yeah, there's no the other way, guys. I already told you. No, the opposite. The opposite. I was talking to Kevin about this. The other way, the whole currents below, unhooked from the smart meter, unhooked from the ground. That's what a smart meter does. It takes your grounding rod and you unhook from the grounding rod. That's what why they look like those houses are just ashes, because they burnt from the inside out. And I'm sure they're using the energy from above as well. But I'm telling you, I've already been studying this. This is how this is being done. There's no way. Those things look like a freaking war zone. They don't look like fires. My dad died in a house fire. They said the house literally was completely totaled. And there was an accelerant used because he was using some kind of, cleaning solvent to clean the floors. And that fire was hot, guys. And there was still, it was a big house. It was like, almost 4,000 square feet. No, the other way, Nicholas, the other way. Remember? The other way. DC. I'm not saying they're not using the satellite, but don't insinuate drug usage in here, child. Go take your drugs and your Adderall somewhere else. So we saw this in Paradise, guys. This is the same thing that they did. They had literally surveillance cameras. I'm sure there'll be more coming out. You'll see these houses be burning from the inside out. Because if you're not hooked up to a smart meter, it takes the path of least resistance. That's why there's these fires back up behind that are burning way behind the winds, behind the Santa Ana winds. They can start that from underneath. Are you on a smart meter? This could happen to you. Yep, you're not grounded. When you put that smart meter, they disconnect the ground from your house. That's exactly what that is. That's why they're all burnt evenly. There's not even any shells. We lived in a big, like I said, it's almost 4,000 square foot home in LA, and they literally considered it burnt to the ground. A complete total, everything in it burnt. And there was still a shell of a house there. We looked at some of that. It's just level, ashes, nothing but ashes, no walls standing, no nothing. Because they're completely burnt from the inside out. So I'm not wrong. I've been watching this long enough to make this. My dad died by fire. I've been studying fire for 30 years. So fire is kind of my thing. Not literally, but I've been, studying it for a long time. When your dad dies in a fire, you tend to, and you're saved by firemen who pull you out of a burning building, you tend to have, some respect for firefighters. So, and the job that they do. Like I said, you never heard a song called F the Firefighters, have you? I rest my case. So anyways, they run into a building, man or a woman, I don't care what ethnicity they are, they don't think about anything in that building. They don't care if it's a child, a man, I don't care if they even have any kind of, I think even if they care about somebody's gender, they don't care. They're going to pull them out of there no matter what. Oh, no, I'm not going to save your life. You dress like this or you act like this. No, they're not. They don't have any bias. So, yep, Eastern Washington. Yep, absolutely. All down, all that Eastern Washington, go down to the Eastern Oregon, all the way down through there. Absolutely. Coming down the Columbia Gorge, all down that gorge, the Columbia River, down the, it's called the Gully, but it's because David's local. He calls it Gully. It's called the Gorge, and he knows what I'm talking about. But others known it as the Gorge. He's local. That's what they call it because it's that wedge, if you will, that rushes down that, a lot of that, I believe, again, the gorge was caused from ice during the ice age, carved out a lot of those spaces. And I told you, most everything that we're told on this rock is a bunch of nonsense, as far as, it's not that it doesn't happen, but things like erosion, no, that's electricity, like lightning, water, it takes the path of least resistance. Yes, it does. So where's all the dirt from the Grand Canyon? All right, well, I don't do New Year's in the middle of the winter day, but thank you for coming in from New Zealand. New life starts in the spring. So, but little lesson there. I think everybody knows that, but appreciate the, it is 5785. It's been that for some time now, but welcome to the age of Aquarius. 4 years now, 5 almost years. Remember the parable of the fig tree. Are you producing fruit? This is your year. How many years did it not grow fruit? So, and how many years? So, nice. Then you can appreciate what the firefighters do. I have a mad respect for people who go into a burning building and risk their own life to save others. A burning car, a burning house, a burning barn, a burning shed. They don't care. They'll go in there and save an animal. They'll risk their life for an animal. So I wish our law enforcement officers act the way our firefighters don't, but they're a bunch of thug pigs. So I have zero respect for law enforcement, and I have the utmost respect for firefighters. So thank you, Father, for firefighters, and thank you for taking my father in a fire so that I can have a mad respect for fire my whole life. And it's not something you play with. So I have a little better understanding of how fire works. So these fires in California are not what you're thinking. And I know that although they may be, some of them are caused from lightning, and not by way they're burnt. They shouldn't be burnt to the ground in ashes. That makes no sense. No walls standing, no nothing. Everything's burnt. That's so. The question: how to fire? So, anyways, we're getting a little bit of a lag. That's interesting. All right, let me get my fire going. Speaking of that, I'll put some more wood on this fire here to keep the old cabin warm. Remember, I still haven't been able to replace my windows, so I got to keep this cabin pretty. We're going to get down into the teens next week. It looks like we're going to kind of finally dry out. We've been having a lot of moisture out here in the desert, which is very odd to have this much moisture out here in the desert, but it's a good thing. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's supposed to actually cool off, and the mornings we're supposed to be getting in the teens, so it might turn out to be a little chilly. I might need to get some more firewood before the end of the season, because both Kevin and I burn firewood. We'll burn all the firewood he wants to burn. We'll just go get more when we need more firewood. So I couldn't ask for a better firewood keeper. He's been, I built that woodshed, and I'm not quite done with it, but it's keeping the firewood dry now because it's got 3 full sides on it and the roof. So I got a little patch of roof and some front doors, and I'm gonna install the wood stoves in there. But he's been busting up all the rounds. Like I heard him out there today busting up all that firewood. So he's been doing a good job keeping it loaded, keeping his. So I told him, burn all the wood you want, man. And the way I burn wood is I like to have extra cords at the property. So always have extra wood, no matter how much. I never want to worry. And a lot of time I don't eat. I only eat, and I don't eat out. But gosh, it's been a long time since I've eaten out. That's funny.
it even feels weird to say, but I only eat off like the value meal. I don't eat off of a regular meal. I don't eat like that. I'm a minimalist. I couldn't afford a full meal deal if I wanted to. So I don't just go buy what I want. I have to be very careful about every single penny that I come across. I have to earn it, so I can't just throw it away. But firewood is something that I say, hey, just burn the firewood and we'll worry about it, next year. And I hope I have enough firewood to make it through the year. And every year I get pretty close, but I always, no matter how cold it is, I want to be able to throw firewood on the fire and not question how much wood I'm throwing in there. Like, oh, I'm only going to burn so many pieces. I'm only going to burn so many pieces this time. I don't want to do that. Just keep throwing them in there. So I hopefully Kevin's understanding that too. And I'm not saying he's excessively, but I'm glad that he's using the fire when he's not over there worried about, oh my gosh, I'm burning too much firewood. Well, we'll get some more. We have more wood here. We already talked about. We got more wood here. I got other things. Got slabs I can cut up. Stay warm. Keep the animals warm. The animals love staying inside the warm building. Kind of sucker for my animals. So it's like we were gone all day, and crazy weather and much so. No, I've been having burritos, and I've been eating tacos too. But we went into town and had burritos at the Tacos Falomo, and they have some amazing. Kevin's gone there, and he's like, "It's good. This is good. These are good burritos, man. They're like, God, they were like $8 for the COVID, guys. $8 for that burrito. $7 actually. It was $7 for the COVID." And now that same burrito is $12. But it's 2 meals. I mean, the one time I was there, the first time I was so hungry, I hadn't eaten breakfast. I ate the whole thing. And but you can separate it for 2 meals. You can eat half of it, and then the other half is cold. Is good even when it's cold. So we have been doing some burritos, and I haven't been making as many tacos. I've been trying to make a variety of different things here. Like I said, we had burgers and lots of burritos. We've been eating more burritos than tacos here. So lots of burritos. I like burritos more than tacos, to be honest with you. But everybody just loves tacos. So anyways, I'm going to have to eventually here. Where did I put my water bottle? I gotta find my water bottle, guys. Where did I put my water bottle? Did I go outside with it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I did. Huh. Uh-oh, I went outside with my water bottle. All right, you guys gonna have to wait up a minute because I think I walked outside with my water bottle. You guys are good boys. All right, what do we got there? It's not that time yet, Panda Boy. What am I gonna do for dinner tonight? some. Oh, that'd be good. More ice in there. What you doing, pretty girl? What you doing, pretty girl? What you doing, pretty girl? What are you doing with your pretty ears? Look at your pretty ears. Look at your pretty ears. What's a pretty girl? She's a pretty girl. She's a pretty girl. See, that's Chewy. There you go. You can do all your work from your YouTube studio there. That's where you do all your comments and your editing. On the studio. Weird. I like the idea of saying the next 4 years are going to be weird. They're already being a very interesting 15 days. No, there's no, YouTube Studio. It's an app called YouTube Studio. It's where you content creators can use it to make changes to your heading, monetization. It's where you keep track of all your analytics for your channel, different, use that YouTube Studio. Lady in red, that helps. It's like the octagon shape. I think that's the shape of it. What are you doing, girl? What are you doing, pretty girl? What are you doing? She's so sweet. Look at her. She's a sweet girl. She's a sweet girl. Yes, her is. Oh, her the sweet girl. So yeah, when you get, you can turn monetization on through their filter comments, things like that. Respond to all your comments. Comments are separate. Your live, create playlists, do that whole. I don't use hardly any of it, but there's a lot there to be had. You can go through all the different, where your people are watching without the ground. Smart meter, Lion. A smart meter unhooks your house from the ground. When you put a smart meter on your house, you disconnect the ground. And so they use what is called the hole currents to come from underneath. The only way I'm having a channel is a mystery of my own. Nice. So that is what they did in Paradise, 2 tickets to Paradise, and they're doing it again. And the only reason I say this, Lion, is look at these houses. I've studied fire. My dad died in a house fire. I've been watching these fires that they've been using these fires all over this rock up north where you're at. Look at the fires they had over there. All the flame ups there in those last 2-3 years, all of them. No, a fire normally starts, not in this case in these. I haven't seen any of the maps and how this works, but it'll start with the smaller ignition. It'll catch, and then it'll flame up, and then there's a combustion point, a combustion point where there's a flash, and that's where it normally will start to spread. It doesn't normally start with just a bam, And if you looked in Canada, you looked, what was it, 2 years ago? Maybe it was last year. I don't know, because it's been every year now. It's kind of been a thing. You're talking about 12 and 13 locations separate, over here in Saskatchewan, whatever, different district, completely on the opposite sides of the country. And we got 12 and 13 fires starting all at the same time. Bull snot, bull snot, bull snot. No way. No way, no way, no way. No way, no way. No way, no way, no way. All those, I was watching all these things are coming like 13 fires at the same time up there. Bull crap. Nuh-uh, no way. I was never convinced. And asked my brothers and sisters in Australia. They did it there before they ever did it in Canada. And they had a barbecue in Texas, remember? A 1 million acre barbecue in Texas. And they did it in Chile. They flipped over cars. It was like Lahaina, right? Like over there. But the cars were flipped over there. So they've used this energy type of, whatever it is, what it is, just fall asleep at the wheel, and I know you guys aren't. So it's not they guys, I believe they've been using this for a long time and we didn't know it until we could get seeing such like these heat maps and things like these overlay and use such things like null school and all these different weather maps that we have a lot of it is imagery and a lot of it could be manipulated, but we have to use what we have and filter all of it. And the tools that we have at our fingertips today are just unbelievable. So you can go see these things like in Paradise, how these things started up with just a massive just combustion. That's not how a fire starts. Yes, thank you. Thank you. There we go. See what I'm saying, guys? They did the same thing. They keep doing this, man. This is getting quite hard to watch, and I appreciate you guys having the conversation about it and not falling asleep right now. They did the same thing over there in Georgia and Florida. I've been warning, get out of Florida, guys. If you're in Florida, they're going to cancel everybody's insurance in Florida sooner or later. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, David. Yes. And that's what they're saying in this one now, that these are man-made down there, that these are homeless people starting the fire. Guys, you believe this crap? Homeless people are starting these fires. They did that in Oregon when there was the fires here, guys. There was fires. You guys remember the fires that were here in Oregon? I opened up. I built every day. I worked my ass off. Apologize for the curse. I'm trying to stop that. And I built all these kennels out here. Not everything I had. I built a lot of kennels when that fire was in California to let people come up here. And then I had all those kennels to offer. You know what I'm saying? To offer people here in Oregon. I was the first place and the only place in the state of Oregon for large livestock, to bring livestock here to Silver Rock Ranch. I was the only place. I live stream on Predestined4light on TikTok, and I live streamed for 24 hours. I live streamed a lot of days during those Oregon fires and invited anybody that needed to bring their livestock to this property for no charge, and would put them up for, we'd write a contract, but I was going to put a time up for, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. I would have put it in, and I didn't want any money from anybody. So if you guys remember, this property was opened up during the Paradise fires and the fires here in Oregon. So I was watching this for quite some time, and they said that same thing in Oregon, guys, that these people were lighting these fires. Why did they light these fires? And why did they not light these fires before? And why did they stop lighting them? And why aren't people lighting them now? You see what I'm saying? When they blame these people, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? How does that make sense? Like, these people all of a sudden wanted to light these pyromaniacs, or, why didn't they do this before? And why did they just stop doing it all of a sudden? That's what I keep trying to get people's attention to look at. When they blame this stuff, then watch, it'll stop, and then it won't happen anymore. That's insane. It doesn't, that doesn't work like that. I hope you can sniff that right out the gate. You know what I mean? Thanks for coming in, David. Thanks for being over the truth. You know what I'm saying? And paying attention and all those, some of these things, we don't have all the answers. Some of these things are quite obvious.
You know, if you have an eye to see and you're not one of these people that's fallen asleep at the wheel, you see this has been going on for some time. This has been going on at a multi-level. We know that's exactly what happened over there, you know, in Lahaina. The same type of thing. They said that was some natural event, but there's no way. Look at the heat maps. Look at the satellite maps. I encourage you to look at where all the Chinese balloons were at during that time and where they were at overhead and where those were all lit. And then look at your heat maps and look at the signature maps. You'll be able to tell there was something else going on. So I've studied fire for a long time. Again, my dad died in a fire. He literally died in a fire, you know. So fire is something that I've been had my eye on since I was, you know, 16. My dad died when I was a teenager. So, same thing. I look at these things in California and there's no walls standing. There's nothing there. It's all ashes. Looks like a freaking war zone, guys. I'm a veteran. This looks like something, you know, like over in Libya or something we do over in the desert. Just level everything. It doesn't make sense, but it does when you look at what I'm telling you. If these things are burning from the inside out and we're not using this type of, you know, this isn't what we're being told. If you know what a smart meter is, you're very prone to the same thing happening to you. And I think they could do this to anybody and call it the sun. Well, the sun did it. It was a natural occurrence. We don't know what happened. We just lost all these houses like that because lightning takes the path of least resistance. Lightning and water and lightning take the path of least resistance. Both they act exactly the same. And if you ever notice a river looks just like a lightning bolt. Grand Canyon much? Arc discharge is what that is. Those are arc discharges on this rock. That's what shapes this rock is lightning. That's what he will use in the book of Revelation when he says he's going to burn this place with fire. He's going to use lightning. He's going to use the sun to do it. It's going to arc discharge from the whole currents off of our sun, and that's what causes the shaping of most of what this rock that you walk looks like visually. So push and pull, positive and negative. He'll open up the skies like a scroll and the pit will open up. Boom, there you go. We'll have trees that are 180,000 feet tall. Petrified trees. Liquefied earth from the inner earth to the top of the stratosphere. Just like it was in the garden, but we won't be here. Well, maybe some of us will. It says men's hearts will fail them for what is to come upon this earth. So maybe you will just arc discharge. You will not be able to even, there you go. So you guys are starting to understand what's happening here. It's the magnetosphere, guys. The magnetosphere, the magnetosphere, the magnetosphere, the thing I've been telling you guys about. That is what they're sidetracking everybody from right now. This is causing a lot of shifting in the energy as well from below these whole currents. As is above, so is below. That's what he means, brothers, sisters. You know, this is the abyss is under your feet. You know, the place of no knowledge, right? No knowledge. So it's not very hard to tell what is going on here. If you're paying attention, the sun is electric. We live in an electric connection to our sun. We are magnetically connected to the sun. So as this magnetosphere continues to weaken, we're going to see an increasing in these type of events. This is just the beginning, brothers and sisters, of what I believe is to come by weather that I've been warning you of over and over and over and over and over again. So they know how to move this energy around this rock. What do you think the Hadron Collider is? Why do you think it takes how many tele-electron volts to fire that thing up? Electricity, hello. What does it create? It creates a magnetosphere. That's what the Hadron Collider is. It isn't anything else other than that. Everything else is just a big cave show for their pit ritual that I keep telling you that they're going to do. And it's not me doing it. It's them showing you how, in a million ways, a sideways Sunday, that they're going to do it. I see it they just keep doing it now over and over. I keep seeing this fire and ice ritual. Look what's going on in the U.S. right now. Fire and ice, fire and ice. We got the one side of the United States on fire and the other side is frozen. Hot against cold, positive and negative, red and blue. It's over and over. They're just... This is it, brothers, sisters. This is the time where we dig in and we come together in the narrow way and we fear not anything. Father has already wrote all our days and our deaths. We're not anxious. We don't go throw ourselves in front of a moving train. We get out of the way. We put up stores for the winter. We're wise as a serpent. A chipmunk doesn't need to be told to put up nuts. We have an instinct. A bird doesn't need to be told to fly south. We have an instinct. Women have intuition, if you will, because of their ability, because of their emotional side. So use your instincts. Use what Father gave you. Do not hide that light. Use your instincts. That is that voice. It's not Jiminy Cricket. Father will always tell you the right thing to do. And guess what? It's going to be the hard thing. It's going to be the hard thing, not the easy thing. That's Father. That's Shiloh. Shiloh makes the hard way. The ellipsis, tribulation. If it's easy, it's not of the Father. So nothing is going to get better. Nothing I teach you in his scripture says that. Nothing in the gospel. The gospel is suffering. The gospel is the narrow way. The gospel is endure to the end of the save. The gospel is theologo, to be pushed down on both sides. Theologos, the verb, right? To be pinched down so you'll fit through that straight gate. Tribulation is suffering. That is the word thalipsis. Salvation, endure to the end to be saved. Endure. Does that sound like some small little easy? No, that's a long haul. Every step with resistance. So every bird could not get off the ground and achieve lift without that resistance. Isn't that beautiful? He puts that resistance in front of you to lift you up, to bring you to a higher cause, a higher ground, to bring you closer to him, less of yourself and more of him. What I keep pounding in your brain over and over. So you'll see these things, brothers, sisters. Fear not, be not anxious. The word says sorrows. Expect an increasing and an intensity of weather. We are just beginning to see the worm. The can has been opened and they're spilling out all over the place, aren't they? I love it. I've been waiting for this time for so long. And it's here. So long, the whole world is running off a cliff, brothers, sisters, and you're going the opposite direction. And we're the only one where you're at. You seem like you are just bat soup crazy, don't you? Put that one in your celestial calculator and see if that calculates properly to the right time and place and space. Because most of these things that you see shouldn't add up at all. Nothing I see adds up. The only truth I find is the gospel, the narrow way, hados, in the same narrow way. See that equals. Hados, hello. Teacher's teaching here. Are you listening? I'm trying to give you the narrow way. Not one above that is not equal to. That doesn't add up. Put it in your celestial calculator. Put it in your spiritual calculator. It should add up, brothers, sisters. If it doesn't, throw it out. Please, brothers, sisters, all of this new covenant we're under is not one above another. That is pride. And so if you have pride, you won't see these things. You'll be all caught in this system and you'll be like Team America or Team whatever country you're in. It don't matter. We're all one race. We have different cultures and different ethnicity, maybe more or less melanin in our skin, but it's not because of a race. That was because of how close he put us towards the equator or far away, but we're one human race. We all got to be here together. Now, there's obviously some invasive hominoid species here that is eliminating people by, droves, but Your death is already written. If you're in the Word, I've been trying to explain to you, brothers and sisters, that the only salvation that you have is to endure to the end. And so you must try. You have to try. You got to push that shovel in the ground and dig, if you will. Boy says, have your loins girded in my service. So there ain't just sitting around and do nothing. If it's dig and whatever it is that whatever you dig, whatever your service that's girded in your loins for him, then it's an action word. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. It's not some noun. People think they can believe a thought in their head. You can't believe in Jesus. You can't believe in God. That is not possible for a thought like people think. It is, why do you think I dug for all those years like Noah? Because I didn't listen to the world. I didn't listen. And although it's not completely done, it will work for now. I don't know. I'm not even concerned about it. It's there to protect the word of the Father. That's what it's there. If it puts me out of the way of hailstones, it gets me away from fire, and it protects me from an arc discharge, well, then that's Father. Look how multifaceted he is. So you better think that the Hamashiach, he all miracles and wonders on this rock that no man can perform. And so the Hamashiach is going to be mocked and mirrored over and over and over and over and over and over. But the world isn't going to see it. They see these other worldly things, and they get cast this, line and told this lie, by tell I that. So they practice their lines, when we're supposed to be fishers of men, being unbiased. The net not knows what it catches. It does the job of the net. We judge with righteous judgment. We judge everybody the same. We love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. And we especially worry more about self, not like being self-service, but auto-driven, mobile, auto-driven, right? Autonomous, if you will, self-driven, right? Are you getting the line? Are they giving you the line? Are you staying between the lines? Brothers, sisters, I hope you understand how his word is in everything. And the Father knows this, right? Yes, he knows he created this demonion, distributive fortunes or lies, to test his bride, to see if they would blot their names out. He already bought them. He sent his son, birthed of Vesca Pisces, a flesh vessel through the water, the amniotic fluid. Every woman knows, has had a child, knows what I'm saying, that they too came through that same amniotic fluid through the water. He did not exist in flesh. Father is I am. He is light. Brothers and sisters, he wants you to be light. Air, like light. Like a child without worry or just like wonders at his own shadow. Her shadow plays with sticks and has not a word in him that's defiled because it's innocent. Like a child. The heirs of the throne of heaven will be crowned in this age, brothers and sisters. I hope you're being celestially wise and have a celestial calculator that you can add up and see the time that we're in. A clock does not need to point to and say anything. As it points to a number on a wall, it doesn't say anything, does it? But yet it tells time. Like the division of day and night, dark and light, day after day, night after night, the division of that light and day battles each other every day and night. The same thing, brothers and sisters. This is all the same repeating cycle. PR9, can you tell me what 666 is? 666 is the number of the what? We'll see if you know anything about what it is. So it's biblical. It's written. It's 6 and 3 score, but we won't go into all the definition. No, 666 is not the devil. So you're deceived. You're some idiot of the world, and idiot's not an insult. Hold on there, Turbo. I didn't insult you. It means the same thing as ignorant. You just don't know what you're talking about. You sound like some religious 99% of the people are going to say what you just said. So don't feel like what you are not the norm. Most people are going to say what you said. So don't feel like you were, oh my God, I've got it wrong. So what? Most people get that question wrong, and it's all right. We get it wrong a lot. A lot of things we get wrong, and that's why we need to define everything that's coming out of our mouth so we don't translate, especially when it comes to scripture. I don't like the word Bible. I very seldom say that word at all. Sounds like some man. It was written on stone. Now it's written on our hearts. A book is what we use as a study tool. His story is written in a book, and it's one-sided. It's his story. He's the victor. He gets the spoils. Loser gets the STFU. They get left out. That's the left side of history, and the right side of history writes the history. Get it? Write the history. Victor in a book writes the scriptures are defined. They're undefiled. They cannot be. He said, I am the Hados, I am the Alati, and I am the original. I am the light. I cannot be defiled. I am pure light, unadulterated, undefiled. That's why he said the very last thing through his son, the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the Christ. Don't add to this book. Because you don't understand that God creates evil, PR9. You're just some young person. That's okay. That's a valid question. People always ask that. God creates rapists. God creates evil. God creates all things. And unfortunately, in this modern day world that you live in, all rapists are charged as crimes of commerce for their merchant number so they can extort a merchant. A rapist is a merchant number to them. It doesn't mean anything else. It's all about money. But Father is allowing this to test his bride, to see who is walking and following in his commandments. See who loves him. See who he chose to love him. See those that he knows, those that he already bought, those already purchased. He birthed the Besca Pisces, a vessel, the Hamashiach through water. He walked this rock to make a covenant with his bride. Under this New Testament, he was the testor of that will, the new living will and testament that he made, where he would heir and they would receive their inheritance. They'd be crowned. Well, murder is murder. A sin is a sin. So I'm a veteran. So what am I? Is that murder? We go kill people in other countries. Is that? You want to answer that for me? PR9? The best of the best of all countries, 18 to 30 years old, and the women and children. They didn't even put on a battle dress uniform. They didn't even wear military fatigues. They lost their lives. Is that murder? Do you care about that? Are you a U.S. citizen? Did you pay for that? Yeah, you did. You just sent another, how much more money to Ukraine? $500 million? No, there's not. Murder's murder. You're an idiot. Rebuke you. You're one of these. All right, go ahead and get him out of here now. Just some delusional idiot thinking that it's okay for us to kill people outside our borders. For 2,600 years, it's not been okay. We broke that covenant with the Father. One blessed nation called the Mayflower Nation. No foreign entanglements. Christmas was banned in this country. It was an orgy celebration. They throw you in jail and fine you. This was a blessed nation, allowed to come over here and genocide a bunch of people worshiping pagan gods, Satanists, pole gods, totem gods, not approving the Father, a nation where they were fleeing religious persecution from Catholics, Christians. Catholics are Christians. Christians are Catholics. They worship the saying Christmas, mass is the eating of human flesh. Eat my body, drink my blood, crackers and grape juice ritual, communion, orgy, transgender God worship, baby manger, birth Jesus. You don't worship Jesus, do you?
You worship Satan. That's who Jesus is. The one in a manger, born in the winter. Bang, bang. It's not 2025, you worldly idiot. It's 5785, and for 2600 years, Father said, "Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord." So what an idiot I was to join the military. God creates evil. It's what do you do with it? He said, "Come out of her, my people." God said Jews and Gentiles, not just Jews. He warned about fake ones, so careful of those saying peace and safety. Sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace and safety. Hamashiach said through Matthew 10:34, do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. He said, I am the horizo, that is the divide between the dark and the light, the flesh and, yes, the New Testament from above, without flesh. He fulfilled all the laws of flesh, the covenant of flesh. It is fulfilled. He said it when they hung him on a tree. He said, do what I did. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Not literally, but spiritually. Does anybody want to imprison you? They threw him in prison. Anybody want to, your brothers want to sell you out? Anybody want to sell you out for silver, money, monetary gain? Father don't like that, does he? Not under this covenant he does. He said, let vengeance be mine. God did require war and sacrifice and blood, eye for an eye, ritual and celebration. Yes, blood and ritual and death of men. Sacrifice, but not eating flesh, human flesh. Not going after gods in the sky. That's all Satanism. That's all Christianity. That's all Catholicism, Mormonism, Calvinism, all your isms, all your religions. They're all vain. They're worthless. He wrote the letter to the 7 churches, if I'm not mistaken. And even the Church of Philadelphia, this modern day United States, Philadelphia, huh? United? Okay, whatever. Moving on. The letter to the 7 churches. Philadelphia would be the closest we would be, and they all had issues, didn't they? He said he don't dwell in temples or houses made by hands. Rock, block, brick, mortar, stone, 2x4, barge or rafter. He build a house, ever a building. He don't dwell in temples made by hands. He always declares 2 times because there was always 2 witnesses. He hung on a tree. There were 2 thieves, 2 witnesses, if you will. Remember, you will be with my Father in heaven, he said. Let no man take your crown. He warned about someone taking your crown. Remember the thief on the tree? Tree. They hung him from a tree. He said, carry your cross. He didn't carry a cross. He wasn't hung on a cross. Why do people tell people that? Because they're idiots. They believe in this baby manger. Jesus is hung on a cross. That's the Antichrist. That's their pole worship, north and south. He said, I am the Arizo. I am the light that divides the dark and the light, the day from the night, the divider of time, the creator of all things, everything that ever was, ever will be. I create evil. Take that, you lollipop Christian religious idiots. God creates evil. Father creates evil. No, evil creates evil. No. Father creates evil. Father creates all things. Father even created, he birthed a Vesca Pisces, son, the only begotten son, to birth an actual flesh vesicle. He doesn't exist in flesh.
Father doesn't have breast. And neither did the Hamashiach, if I'm not mistaken. Where do you get that from? That's Jesus. Baby manger. Born in a manger, Jesus. Christmas. Christ Mass. Christ is a pagan term. His name wasn't Jesus. Grow up. Name is the word Shem. Authority. Agape. He said, and when I return, no one will know my Shem. No one will know my agape. No one will know my name. And he didn't mean Jesus. He didn't mean Yeshua. He didn't mean I am. He didn't mean the Most High. He meant my canonized word, my testament, my new living. Are you walking and following my commandments? I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me. Do you agape me, Peter? See, Peter struggled with the things of this world, the worldly things, the phileo. That is the word phileo. P-H-E-L, P-H-I-L-E-O. Whatever, the spelling's not important right now. The word is phileo. Lady in red will probably look that up for you. Phileo means to have an affection for something, brothers and sisters, for these worldly things of your eyes, a fondness, if you will, for iPhone or your Android, your Apple, or your whatever your favorite lolly crip is. Maybe it's Blood Bakin, maybe it's Demacrip. I don't know which gangster you vote for, but I don't give my authority to a beast, pig, people in government, or any authority. My master is the one steering this ship, and he said he'll be prosecuted, persecuted, hated for my Shem's sake, for my agape's sake. When I return, no one will know my Shem. The days their agape will be pornea. Look that up. What does that mean? Everything. That's right where we're at right now. Right? So it's brotherly love, worldly love, brotherly love, your brothers and your sisters and your mother, the tree of life, the things of this world, not of the things of the Most High. That is agape. So we're not supposed to be emotional about our, right, brotherly or, no, our relationship is not with this world. Our that is the defiling. You're cheating on him. You're going to have a relationship with this world. That is exactly why he divorced his bride. You cheated on him. See? Thank you. See why it's so important. We understand why he asked Peter. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you have an affection for the things of this world, these worldly things, these brotherly and sister and laws of this world. My father he birthed this Pisces, this vessel, and I'm doing the will of the Father. I come in the Shem of I am. I come in the name. I come in the agape of the Most High, God. I come in his testament. I come in Deuteronomy. Thank you so much, Mental Health. I haven't actually been paid on anything out of YouTube in several months, so I appreciate it. I think that'll make like $70 now, so I appreciate that so much. Much blessings. I do appreciate the everything's going to work out here. I did sell the land to Kevin, and I still have to take care of things here too, so I appreciate I'm going to hopefully soon get the ministry paid off. I've kind of getting this mobile vehicle, some of the funds towards that, but I'm going to pinch every single dime I can to finish this ministry off as soon as I can too. So I'm confident that here in the future, I will be free from not having to be concerned about financial things like that. And although I'll still have to work very hard for the ministry. I won't have the bills that I've put towards trying to find a homestead. So although I didn't have a payment on that land uh, that I had purchased, that I'd sold to Kevin, it is one more or less piece of land that I have to look after. And so Kevin being here, no, I appreciate this ministry so much, Donna, that it is worldwide. And it's not just my brothers and sisters over there outside the US and Australia, because I do have a large following there, but it's a worldwide ministry, and it takes every single person that's stuck. Even the very few oligos. I did the live stream earlier today with oligos, and you're one of the very few that came over from the TikTok platform. So I appreciate um, your long time subscription to Predestined for Light and the former channel and now High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Yeah, not yet, because I went there again and they won't let me out. They didn't do anything with the case, but that's okay. Father will set me. He'll set me. He'll set me, unchain me. He'll unchain me someday. I know he will. Um, nice, nice. Yeah. So everything will work out. Appreciate all the blessings. You guys have really helped me through a struggle too, where I was really suffering when I hurt my hip, and just a long time being alone. So I'm so thankful that I have Father here now. I mean, yeah, this beautiful little puppy here with me too. You know, he brought his wonderful animals, and Kevin appreciates his dogs, and I know he treats his dogs very well. Um, we went and bought stock and dog food, guys. We went and bought all the dog food we could buy from the dog's food store. Well, not everything, everything they had on the shelf, but because the lady at the dog food place said that they're running into some problems here in the future, and I know what's coming down the pipes. It's not like we got that much. I got 4 bags. I normally have 4 or 5 bags because I normally have 4 or 5 dogs, but I'm already down to 3 bags, so it don't last long. But I'm so glad that Kevin got his animals over to this diamond lamb and rice. His animals absolutely just love the food too out here. So he's been a great addition to more company. He stays to himself, you know, sometimes, but he'll come in and hang out. And so I enjoy having him here a lot. And I think he's a good fit, because I have to tell you that I'm a little strange. And Kevin, and he people would think he's strange, but he's not. He knows things that a lot of people, you know, aren't talking about. And he talks about those things. And so people might think he's strange, but he's not right about every single thing like me, you know, when it comes to some of these worldly things that are going on. But he's got a lot of them really figured out on what's going on, that this is all part of a bigger, you know, program that they're pulling on all of us. This is a big, big thing that's going on. It's very multifaceted, and they use the smallest of things and the biggest of things, from nano to things that are bigger than reality, things that we couldn't even imagine, that are in play right now, but most don't pay attention to it. So I'm thankful that Father sent Kevin, because again, I think he enjoys the space here. And so hopefully soon, like I said, um, if he does purchase the Rusty Dragon, I told you I'm just giving him just a bottom dollar cost on it, even less than I have in it for material. But if he's enjoying it, and it'll give him the building he needs, and it's going to stay here on the property, uh, meaning, you know, on his or whatever next door, it's cool. It's part of the what's here, and he can do whatever he wants with it. It's his building, you know. But uh, then I'll be able to actually probably make up the difference in funding. If not, you know, a month or two is going to go by, I'm sure, very quickly here, and I have that motorcycle, and I now have the Forerunner, because I bought a second vehicle, and I'll be able to put that money back towards the money for the ministry. So, or, you know, if not, I might do a trade on that bike to do some work on the truck. But either way, I don't think I'll lack, because I'll know I have a couple months here that it might take me a month or two. But I definitely I think I'm hoping that to get it done in the next month or two, and that'll be such another relief. Although I still have two more land payments that I pay on. I still pay on 25 acres of land. Um, it's narrowing me down. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting to where I don't have to go on the road, and um, I'm actually looking at taking this other 5 acre parcel, and this lady has a 2014, I believe it is, 32-foot Sun Seeker. It's got a double tip out on it. It's a really large unit. It's a big, motorhome, a very large motorhome. And that would be a great thing to take on the road and go travel in, and then put the Forerunner behind it on a trailer or something and tow that around. Or put I'm going to actually, not the Forerunner, I did get the double cab. So put the double cab on a trailer and tow it around and enjoy that, having that, because I don't need the land. And yeah, my channel is Silver's Like Gold. That's kind of my backup channel. I'm really going to try to protect this channel now and not let this happen again. And it's okay. It's a little bit, like I said, it's a little bit about the conversation we were having about my son. I'll be honest with you. There were some things that got this channel taken down, and I know what it is. And that's why you've seen me kind of, back, not down, but backtrack a little bit on this. And it's something that we discovered. So I've got to just put faith in it like Daniel. And I'm telling you, a lot of it involves my son, because they're in here. And you got to remember that they're in this channel right now. They're always in here. They're always watching me. I'm not that important, but I am one of the biggest problems in the state of Oregon right now for this state, because of my ability to stand up for my constitutional rights. And I've stood up against this system too, not just that, on a higher power, much higher than that. So they're here, and the content that was being put out was because what they tagged me for was things we already had talked about multiple times. Okay, I not want to go into it, but in baseball, when you miss the ball, they call that, right? I don't even want to say the name, you know. But it was for music, and I can tell you that we've already listened to music in here many times, because Lady in Red was here on that stream, and we've never gotten. I get a copyright, but this was a strike, not copyright for music. Although they did do a thing with that on that thing, they gave me something. I could even tell you what it is, what they gave it to me for. Okay, so I know it involves some of the other things that we were discussing here, but those have been talked about many a times, many a times. So when I went back and I looked at the live stream, I had reconstructed it, and I talked with, when I was talking with Lady in Red, she'll probably remember what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about that day, and that's what got the channel taken to that level. So I need to be careful and protect the channel from here on out. So I'll tell you that I do it without war. I'm not worried about it, because I'm not going to mention it had to do something with my son. Okay, and I'm 99% certain that's what had the channel taken down that day. So that's why you don't see me continuing to the march to the beat of that drum. I'm still continuing to do my work, but I have to be careful here, because I have to protect the channel. So I can do both. I can multifaceted. I can do many things. So, but we discovered there's some, I'll just put it very simply. There's some problems with the timeline. Okay. There's some major problems with the timeline. So we'll leave it at that. And that's what we discovered. And that's what they don't want. It is what it is, Rose. I can't change what Father's doing. I have no control over what's being done. I just went to another court date, and they just extended the thing out without. Kevin was there, and I said, so you're going to continue to violate my Sixth Amendment right to fair trial, speedy trial, and my Miranda rights. And Dave, the man in the black robe, Vandenberg, the supposed judge, said, yes, we're going to continue to violate your rights. So they just don't care. They just don't care. So I have to know it's Father doing it. And although I so much wish that it was different so I can move around a little bit more, I just can't. Father wants me here. So I can't go anywhere. And that's fine, because there's enough in this state right now where I don't need to move out of the state. And I wish I knew where my son was at and my daughter. That's all I'll tell you. I don't want to go into any detail. I just wish I knew where they were, you know. No, it's not. There's no 5084. It's just silver's like gold. There's no 580. What's that all about? I don't know if that's something on the end of it, but I don't have any number on the end of it. So it is what it is. I can't do anything about it, guys. So all I can do is get this case taken care of as soon as I possibly can, and then that hopefully someday he can be found again. So he's missing, my daughter's missing, and someday I'll know where they're at, but for now I have to let it go. So I have faith like Daniel, and if he's alive, I hope he's doing well, and I hope my daughter's okay and she's doing okay as well. That's all I can do now. I can't. I gotta stop talking about it. So, anyways, prepare yourself, brothers, sisters. Prepare the way. Narrow is the way, and I'm trying to get this truck situation done as soon as I can. So, thank you, Donna, for your blessing, continued support of the ministry, and continue to come back with your time. And like I said, it's been about 3 months, and I haven't been able to receive any money from AdSense because nobody's been doing super chats. So it's okay. I don't normally ask anybody for a super chat. It's there and it's always turned on. Yeah, I wish I knew something when, but all I can do is now have faith like Daniel and stop trying to figure it out, because my brain will try to figure it out. I can't help it. That's the way I am. I'm a reconstructionist, so my brain is going to want to wander and try to think. And I just got to know that he's where he wants them to be. If they're not alive, then they're not alive. I can't change that. I'll know someday, I don't want to outlive my son, or my daughter. So I just don't really trust the state of Oregon. I don't trust what they did to this county, to me, or myself, or my daughter. Remember, I've since suffered a stroke and I've had a lot of physical issues because of that. And I don't think I'll ever be the same. My body's not going to be the same. I'm definitely not the same man that I was before that day. But in some ways I feel stronger. In some ways I know that I'm not. I can't get back what they've taken from me. They caused physical damage that I can't undo. So, but I'll be all right. Yeah, I've tried everything I can do, but it's okay. I can tell you, as soon as it leaves the county, it'll be fine. As soon as it gets out of this county, everything will work out. But they won't let it out of the county right now. You know what I'm saying? They won't let it out of the county. So I do appreciate the support, though, of making a mention of it. He doesn't slip my mind. I'll let you know, just because I don't talk about it. It's still up on the board. I still every day remind myself that Father's in control, and these things aren't even possible to me at this point doesn't even seem logical. Like I said, I just went in there with Kevin, and he was a witness to that last court date, and he watched, my son's attorney represent me again, which is highly illegal to do. And they just keep breaking all the rules. So it doesn't matter. Father's not done with them yet, and Father's not done with me yet. And so when I'm ready, I guess I'll know. I have a lot of theories, I guess. I've done a lot of reconstructing in my own brain on what I think, but I honestly just don't. I just don't have any idea. I just don't have any idea where he would be, so I wouldn't even know where to look for him at this point. I did look at the only place and check with the only person I would know that would know anything, and he didn't know anything. So, I know my son has suffered so much for things he didn't do, things that I did. It's me that they're after, and they're going after him because of it. So it's unfortunate, but that's very documentable, very easy to document over and over in his life. He's been punished because of me and my mouth and my doings and my political activism or whatever my ability, and he suffers because of it. Although he has made mistake in the past, he paid for his time, and he did all his time and even more time. So I don't want to say him being gone, he wouldn't have to suffer, but I don't know how he holds on every day. He had, again, things done to him that I've never had done to my body, and I would never want it done to me. So I know he's strong in his faith, though, and he showed that. All you have to do is watch the SWAT raid, and you'll see how strong he was in his faith. So thank you, Father, for creating such a wonderful young man. I feel honored to have made him, which seems like a near impossibility because I wasn't even supposed to have children. So I got tested when I was married, and they said, nope, you probably aren't going to be able to have kids. It's not the quantity you lack, it's the quality. So just to have him is, and like I've sat down and spoke with him many times. He's 25. I think he's 26. Darn it, we don't do birthdays. There should be the Silver's Like Gold channel's got a guy holding on to a piece of silver, like a piece of chunk of silver, which they don't find silver that way anyways, guys. I'm pretty sure that's what the channel still has that. But I thank Father for, again, creating such a strong young man to be able to suffer so much, to be my son, to have to follow me around and go through the stuff that I went through. Because Father just really puts me through some really extremely incredible testing situations that really test my reality sometimes. Like if it's even real, like it's really happening, it doesn't seem real. Kind of like this whole case doesn't even seem, it seems an impossibility, but yet it still is. So that's where I feel him the most, and I know that hopefully my son is not suffering. And the thing that I don't want for him is have to look over his shoulder and be afraid. And so I hope that he doesn't, and I hope that he has faith as he showed that day with me, to be still and be calm, and to just put his faith in the Lord, and put his faith in the Most High, put his faith in his after this life. It's all about the HaMashiach. It's all about being with Father and being with Shiloh, being with Christ, my love, my Lord. He is my ruler. He's the one who steers my vessel. So, because my brain wanders, brothers, sisters, on its own. But I don't let it do that very often. I let Father shut that down and take over that voice inside my head. That's just me. And he gives me confidence and strength and safety and not of the world, safety in knowing that after I die, no matter what, that I might not see my son ever again. And I was that close to building a house with him. That close. And everything was taken. So it's Father who doesn't want him to be with me. It's Father who doesn't want him to build that house. It's Father who's doing this. As long as this is not my will, then Father has already wrote this, so I can't question that. So I hope that you others that care about this can find some strength in this too, because I'm just a regular old man. I'm not anything special. Although I have this written on my heart and I teach, it doesn't put me in a higher position than anybody, not above or below either. Doesn't, I don't feel like I'm below anybody, but I'm not above anybody because I've been blessed with this ministry and blessed with this teaching and blessed with enough time in my life to be a single dad and take the time to study instead of chasing women and wine and fortune and fame and Hollywood. And he put on my heart time was my biggest prize. And with my time, I could trade that for something more valuable that time couldn't erase, which was knowledge and study. And if I'd sup with the word and I'd sup with the things of the world and filter them through my spiritual filter, he would show me things that would seem to fill my treasure chest full. And I felt very overflowing. And now I try to often remind myself how wealthy I have, how much wealth I've been given, not maybe in of a monetary, sense, because I don't have things like that. But I've been given such a blessing to just share the gospel. I mean, that is a blessing that we all do receive if we're chosen, is that ability to go out and share this gospel with others. And I hope you're doing that. That is part of that. Woe if you don't, brothers and sisters. I'm not in here because I'm trying to gain anything. I'm here because Father tells me that I have to go out and share the gospel, tell the world that the King is nigh, and he came back to fulfill all flesh under this covenant, and we all have, a dose, an equal chance to receive that inheritance, not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles under this covenant. Isn't that so beautiful? Go share that news, brothers and sisters. The King is nigh. Nobody knows the day or the hour, but we're not one above another under this covenant. It's not just Aaron and Levite. You couldn't even enter into the temple if you weren't related to those two houses, brothers and sisters. The high priest was Aaron, and one begotten, one branch was the Levites. That was the Levitical law, and all the dietary, the Sabbatical law, and all these Old Testament laws applied to two houses, and that's it. Nobody else. You could eat what you want, do what you want, grow what you want. God didn't care. You were a Gentile and you were going to hell. You were a vessel wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So, isn't that so beautiful to for him to fulfill that covenant with us and to give all of us this chance from the foundation, if we don't blot ourselves out, if it blot itself out, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. That number, 5084. That's my old birth date, guys. You shouldn't. Why does that number come up? You should know that number. That's an old number in my old past. Erase that number. Is that on my thing? Why is that coming up? That's the old me. Should know about that. Having some bleed over is starting to happen, guys. I don't want it to, but it is. I'm eternal. It's going to happen. I'm older than time. Time is a delusion. I already told you that. I've been trying to teach you that recently. I've been teaching you things that I haven't taught on this channel ever. But it's scriptural. It's biblical that I've been trying to teach you. Time is an illusion. This flesh is temporary. So this is not time. There's no such thing as death. Death is an illusion. You don't ever die. I've told you that hundreds of times on this channel. I don't ever end. I'm not just from the past or the future. I'm from both. And I've not been shy to tell you that at all. Do you understand? So death is an illusion. There's no such thing as death. We don't ever die. When one door closes, another one will open, brothers and sisters. You just don't. You're not ready for death. That's okay. Many are not. Many are called, but few are chosen. But death is the most amazing thing that you'll ever be able to be a part of, because it's just part of the cycle again and again. Where one door closes, another begins. Time ends and another time begins. Time overlaps itself. It resets. Yes, they're an illusion. You're just under a spell. You probably think it's 2025. It's not 2025. That's not what time it is. Time isn't on a clock. That's not what time it is. Bible. 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 Which Bible do you read there, you religious idiot? Oh, you talk about in Genesis where it talks the celestial clock above your head. That's for times and seasons. Not on some... There's not 12 months in a year, you idiot. Get out of here. You're over your head. Yep, you're over your head. You don't know what you're doing in here. You're a bumbling idiot. Tell me which scripture you read before you start telling people which... Well, you want me to do some Cody Jinks in here? Put away your Bible and I'll get mine? Oh, thank you so much. Much blessings, brother, sister. So, hey, give me 1 second. I need to feed my mules. It's 7 o'clock. I watched my friend die over a year right up to his last breath. Before he left, he saw something that... Yeah, well, some people are afraid to die, Jerry, and that's fine. Don't worry about it. We'll all go and be judged at one time. He's not dead. He's just in waiting. He's not literally dead. That's just the flesh is gone. And the flesh is something that we come in and out of many times throughout our history, over and 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 over again. It says in Scripture, if you read Scripture, and I don't like to use the term Bible, that we have a new body, okay? So it's not like you won't get a new one. Don't freak out. And maybe your new one might not even have an actual physical being, but it will be new to you. It won't be this one. So nothing is permanent. Nothing is under the sun. You know what I'm saying? Nothing new under the sun. As is above, so is below. So nothing new. Just repeats the cycle. I'm eternal. I'm a million, billion, gazillion years old. What are you on about and what? What does that mean? This is the good news. That's the good news. That's right. The good news is the King is coming. He's nigh, and we'll get to be with him again in our new body. That's the good news. Go share the good news. Absolutely. Thank you. That's the blessing. Share the good news. The news is good. All flesh under this covenant, not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. Go spread the good news right now. Go tell everybody. Tell everybody you know. Love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. Tell them the king is nigh at hand, and be ready. Have your lamps trimmed and have extra oil, and have your loins girded in his service, he said, until he returns. Maranatha. That is the gospel. That's the good news. It's not just Jews this time, brothers, sisters. Hallelujah. Not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. 144,000. That's 12,000 times 12,000. That's everybody, right? Not everybody. The word is O-L-I-G-O-S. O-L-I-G-O-S. I did the live stream earlier today. It's called Oligos. Oligos, brothers, sisters. He says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate. For broad is the way that leads to the wide gate. And notice that all these big cities and all these big towns, and New York has a main street and a broad way, right? Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, the wide gate, and many enter by that gate. For narrow, not narrow, narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. And there are oligos, a fraction, who find that straight gate. So he says in the book of Luke, fear not, oligos, flock, for it's your Father's pleasure to give you that throne, to give you that crown, to call out your name in that book, give you that kingdom of heaven from above. We must be born from above daily, not born again, born from above daily. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves daily. Take up your cross daily and follow after me daily. So my question for you, now that you know the good news, are you taking up your cross? Because that's how you take up your cross. You go tell people the good news, and they'll tell you you're nuts. Yes, not everybody. Not everybody. Just a little bit of everybody this time. Not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. Notice he didn't say 1201. Jesus Christ, your name, I rebuke your name, Jesus Christ. So I'm going to learn off this. Okay, never mind. They're going to. Which Jesus Christ are you talking to? So, or not talking to, or which one are you talking about? So he said, many are called, but oligos are chosen, brothers, sisters. Yes, very few. So that's the beautiful thing. He said 12,000 times 12,000, which is 144. Notice he didn't say, I am the lion. I was from the tribe of Judah. I'm from the house of David. I'm born of Bethlehem. And because I come from the house of Judah and Jeremiah, we did not succumb to idolatry. So we get 1201. And Ham and Gad and all you guys get 11,999. And he didn't say that. He said 12 times 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. Same parallel today. All flesh under this covenant, but not everybody. Just a little bit. Oligos, just a little bit of everybody this time. Not just Jews, and not fake Jews, spiritual Jews, spiritual inwardly Jews under this covenant. Not flesh. Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So, isn't that such a beautiful thing, brothers, sisters? Think about if you lived before the time of the Hamashiach, where the wages of sin was death. Well, guess what? If you rip him down from that tree, that's what you're going to be going in front of the Father without that mediator. I hope you understand that's. I really wish I could come up with some crafty way to teach that to you. But I think if he calls out to your heart, you'll get what I'm telling you. You rip Christ down from that tree, you rip that covenant he made. you're going to go back under the wages of sin is death, one sin. And we've all sinned, brother. Says, I don't care how upright and how righteous you become. And none of us are, but from your old ways, you're probably don't do a lot of the things you used to do, I imagine, right? Do you still eat Taco Bell? Do you still drink soda? Do you still smoke cigarettes? You know, do you still do these worldly things? You still go to the Super Bowl? You still do these things that are worldly things? So are Jews going to heaven? Well, what kind of Jews? And heaven is not in the sky. So sponsor, Jews are spiritual Jews, and heaven isn't above your head. So what do you mean? There's fake Jews that it speaks about in Scripture. Anybody who calls himself a Jew, like, oh, I'm over in Israel and we're special. That's not the Jews that it's speaking about in the book of Revelation. That's not the word Israel. Israel. That's not when Father, gave this beautiful prophecy through the Hamashiach, through all the writings. And then when we have that last book of Revelation, right, it talks about this time. I mean, it's not just in Revelation, but throughout the book of the Apocalypse, it's the same word as Revelation. Well, a fake Jew would be somebody who is claiming that they're some Jew because they're above somebody else. Like, oh, we're over here in Israel. And well, the Jews, that's where Jews were located at one period in time, at the time of Christ. Syria, Palmyra, right? That was where Bethlehem, all that, over there in the desert. But all flesh under this covenant. All flesh. Go run out and tell everybody the good news. All flesh would be saved. The sins of the world under this covenant. But not everybody. So there's no way that you're a physical Jew, because this is a spiritual covenant. So anybody who's claiming any kind of physical Jew and or we're special because we're here, or we're the Seventh-day Adventists, or we're Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or that's not what God's bride is. Every continent. Nope, that's not what it is. Nope. So are the Jewish people? Nope, there's no Jewish people. See, that's what I'm saying. That's fake. That's fake. All that nation of Israel is a nation created off a triple conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter and Aries in 1939. So they can form this nation of Israel. Just like America. You're telling me Christopher Columbus discovered America? No, he didn't. But they say that. And this is recognized as the United States of America. So that's not Israel that it's speaking about in Scripture. The Masons created that nation because they know this celestial firmament clock that I tell you. I just gave you something that less than 1% of this rock knows. And it went over your head. I don't think I've taught that over and over in here. I don't think any of you even could be able to put this celestial calculator together on what I told you. Well, remember what happened to them? Don't you remember your history? What happened to all those people? They were scattered. The 12 tribes of Israel were scattered. Remember? That's happened how long ago? So, yeah. It had been 2,600 years before they had, had a place to, and so they formed the nation of Israel off a triple conjunction of Aries in the place of rest. Aries is that place, because I'm a magi. I'm giving you things that probably it'll just go over your head. You won't understand it. That's okay. I'll still tell you anyways. So that triple conjunction is that same conjunction that happened. Remember, a conjunction happened at the time of Christ. Not only did it birth the king, but it birthed an age. It birthed a vessel to be birthed of water. Christ, the Hamashiach, birthed of, remember, he was born a virgin. Remember, the great sign in the firmament, Virgo, the constellation, the one he spoke, that same birth. Well, not only was he birthed in the celestial firmament, not only was he birthed, and they knew that the Magi knew how Herod would knew to have the firstborn killed. This was the birth of fire, the God without flesh, fire, Aries, 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 Aries. This is the tabernacle. This is the place of rest, or there's a triple conjunction. If you go back and look, in 1939, that happened between Jupiter and Saturn. So when we saw the birth of Jupiter and the morning star Venus, we birthed the age of fire to water. This also birthed the Hamashiach, Christ. Not only was he birthed a vessel through water, but it was birthed in the celestial firmament. Not only did it birth that, it birthed an age from fire to water. So you might want to pay attention when there's a celestial conjunction. See? So when Christ was born, we saw the star Bethlehem. I have all this tattooed on my arm, from one side of my arm down to the top of my arm. It's all this teaching of the star of Bethlehem, the star of David, the Shiloh sign, all these celestial signs, markers in the firmament that are left for us, that are wise and have celestial eyes and know how to celestially calculate the equation and give you the cycle. Most of these things have happened time immemorial. He just birthed some of us to declare it because we were paying attention to them and declaring it, not to the things of the world. I've declared thousands of hours of celestial understanding for you. All should have celestial eyes beyond your imagination. You've been given celestial treasure that should just weight down your pockets that you can't even move. It's beyond what any kind of silver and gold could even buy you. He said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. And not only do I give you that celestial Shiloh sign, the looking up, I give you that Redeemer predestination, high desert faith. By faith we are saved. Sozo, this teaching, I don't, Father did. So thank you, Father, for the blessing. So this teaching is 30 plus years of studying, 30 plus years of looking up. I live in the largest dark sky sanctuary in the whole world. I have the best view of the stars on this whole rock. 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. I don't have a neighbor. Nobody with the light on close enough to even interfere with anything. I live off the grid. I can see things out here, and you come out here for an hour, you see things in your eyes you can't explain with words. Or you might not want to talk to people about what you saw. So this is it. This is the age of Aquarius, brothers and sisters. That already happened again. So when we saw that triple conjunction in Saturn and Jupiter in Aries, that happened again. Well, the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter, and we birthed a brand new age. The age of deception's over. There's no more hiding the lies. The aletheia is abundant. Although very few are willing to even look for it, though, brothers and sisters. It's there to have. Seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall receive. Knock. Yes, eat of the meat, brothers and sisters. This is the meat. Father tells you to give you the meat. Read the book of Malachi. Eat of the meat. Tied to a man who's feeding you the meat. So if when you got more time, you come back here to this channel and we will tithe again together. And I will give you, and you can return back and sup with others in here in the narrow way. And we'll all feed each other with the word, and we'll refine ourselves like a refiner's fire with the word. And we won't fall under this other gospel and this other Jesus that this world seems to love so very much. This one day, fun day, Sunday, It's an everyday Jesus. It's an everyday gospel. It's an everyday suffering. It's an everyday endurance. It's an everyday tribulation. It's an everyday thalipsis or theologo. We will someday get through that thalipsis, brothers and sisters, and receive that straight gate and have our names if we are so chosen already. Right? Yes, we were. Don't get your name blotted out. That's who will do it to yourself. You'll send yourself to the place of no knowledge. You'll do it to yourself. I'll do it to myself. So, just like I do it to myself here all the time, my poor animals. They're not poor. They're fine. Look at it's not even. Pardon me. So, let me feed these mules. Again, I appreciate it, brothers, sisters. You've seen me through a very difficult time. Always, but all I can do is stand on faith. Try to be not a hypocrite. Try don't say one thing and do something else, So I try to be a living testament of we're all going to struggle, brothers, sisters, but many of us are going to just keep chugging along every day. One step, one step, one step, one step. It's just a one day at a time type of deal. It's only temporary. The flesh is not a permanent thing. So if you'll endure to the end, if I know Father, he always saves the best for last. Shiloh, baby. If you will endure to the end to be saved, you will receive your crown, your inheritance. So, Lady in Red, appreciate all the work you're doing right now for the channel. Get people over this backup. Hopefully, we won't have that issue anymore. We'll try to keep her between the ditches. The lines, the narrow way. Oh, my puppins that I love. You guys seriously? There's that big guy. There's that big guy. What you doing, girl? What you doing, pretty girl? Pretty girl. You're such a pretty girl. Want to put that cheese back outside. I'm gonna make a pepper jack cheese salad, Sean. Go back over to your dad's and eat over there. He probably feed you. It's about time he feed you. Hey, Banner. Come here, Banner. Come here, Banner boy. Come on. I got poop for you, kid. Come on, boy. Come on. Come here, boy. Good boy. Come on. Time for dinner. Time for dinner for the big Banner boy. There you go, guys. Good boy. Hold on, dear. You have to wait. Your dad will feed you over there. I can't feed you. Twice.
Come on. Come on over here. Get up here. Come up on the couch. Come on. Come on, girl. Get up there on the couch. Don't bother the boys while they're eating. Come here, pretty girl. Come here, sweetheart. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get up there. Thank you. Just let them finish eating. They won't be long. She's being a good girl. She's being a good girl. She's being a good girl. Yes, her is being a good girl. She's such a good girl. Come here, sweetheart. Come here. Come here, good girl. Pretty little girl. You're such a sweetheart. You're so sweet. You're such a sweetie pie. You're so sweet. Aw, they're just giving Day some sweetheart. You're so sweet girl. You're a sweet girl. Oh, her's a sweet girl. Look how sweet she is. She's such a sweetie pie. Oh, Chewy's a good girl. You're such a sweetie pie. I love having her here. She's so special. And she's a wonderful little girl. She don't have that little puppy dog attitude. She's a sweetheart. She got the prettiest ears too. Look at the pretty ears. She got little bad ears. Let me see those ears. Can we see those pretty ears? Look at those pretty ears she's got. Uh-oh, we're gonna scratch her ear. I said something about her ear. She's gonna scratch her ear. Oh, Chewy girl. Oh, good job. Oh, good job. Thank you, Chewy, for letting them finish. Thank you. Isn't she beautiful? Look how pretty her markings are. She's a very pretty dog. She's a very pretty girl. She's so pretty girl. She's a pretty, pretty puppy girl. Oh, her pretty. She's like Pants. She's got kind of that same demeanor as Yowler Boy. Oh, made her pants. Oh, good job, guys. Now I'm gonna step up for a minute here, guys. Make myself something to eat. I'm gonna make a. Think about it. I got that pepper jack cheese I left out earlier. I'm gonna make a grilled cheese out of pepper jack. That sounds pretty good. Give me a minute or three here. Good boys. You guys are good boys. You guys did a good job. Thank you. You guys are the best dogs I ever had. Yeah. Come on, man, boy. How'd the door get open? Okay, boys, outside. They're right that stove.
get a drink of water, girl? All right. Pepper jack. What's that go with added peppermints? What's that girl? Oh, staying in here with me? All right. You went towards the door. I thought you wanted to go outside. See ourselves doing here. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Turn it up a little bit. Way too high. Sandwich man for this way. Let's see. cheese melt. Melty. Shut that off there for a minute. How's our fire doing? Check our fire here. More wood there. Cool. Making a grilled cheese here. Hold on. Grilled cheese. Trying to get this cheese to melt. It's pepper jack. Oh, there it goes. Starting to melt. There it goes. About what? All right. Got me a pepper jack grill. I think there's pepper jack on that. There's some pepper jack on there. Mm-hmm. Golden brown. All right, let me check it real quick. Yeah, one second. We'll pause 1 second. Somebody sent me a photo. Oh, okay. Somebody's hit me up about a cook stove. Something about a cook stove. Yeah, it's got pepper jack on it, so it's got the right bit of melty Texas toast. A little spicy. Pepper jack. I was hoping those people would hit me back about. I found a a tent for the double cab, a pop-up tent. This is a hard shell tent. It folds down real small, hard shell, and it's got a ladder, and it's got an Arctic liner with it. So it's the one that I think that I would use the most. About 6 hours away, but oh yeah, we're going to see more fire. God said he's going to burn this place with fire. His judgments this time are going to be not of water. Remember the promise of the rainbow. It would never flood this earth. And when it flooded last time, 6,000 years ago, the I can't say that. The Noah event, brothers, sisters.
it flooded above and below. This time it will be by fire from above and below. By fire, not water. So hold on. I recommend if you're on a smart meter, might be time to get off that smart meter and get back onto a grounding rod. They won't let you do that. You got to be on the smart meter. And that's not just here in America. They're using those things all over this rock. Donnie, on a smart meter over there in Australia? They got you guys hooked up on smart meters over there too, huh? But they have smart meters over there, correct? Most people are on smart meter. I mean, there's a lot of people because I know it's offshore because the outback, but they have the smart meters there. I know you're not. I know you're not. That's right. Get off the grid. Make your own power. That brought to you by the sun. Solar powered lights going down the cabin. Build your own cabin. Hey, you got look at the library. Look how dusty that thing is. I haven't dusted that in like a month. Oh my gosh. It's got a different color on there now. There we go. You haven't had any tomato soup in forever. Heck yeah. Some lettuce, tomato. There we go. Yeah, I'll never do that. I should do that. That sounds good. But I have lettuce but no tomato. I put pepper jack on it, so got. See, you got the little peppers in there. It's pepper jack cheese. Pepper jack. Yummy. And I have to be honest with you, I sprinkle a little garlic bread on the butter, or a little Lowry's garlic salt. That's what those little sparkles are. See those little sparkles? That's Lowry's garlic salt. There's a piece right there, garlic salt. Yep, Silver's with an S. The puppies want in here already. Remember this, we get a lot of shadow ban in here, Lady in Red, so I'm sure it happens on that channel. These boys in. You guys are spoiled boys. Is Chewy still out there? Is Chewy still out there?
Non-homogenized milk? I don't know. I don't drink milk. It's meant for a minute. Who's still drinking milk from the store? Oh, man. Oh. I got ice water. I haven't had ice in a while. Ice is such a good treat when you haven't had ice. I still drink a lot of water, but I drink a lot more water when I got ice. That's so stupid. How can they tell you what you... It's never right to tell a man or a woman what they can or can't put in their body, brothers and sisters. That's not right. You can't tell a man what they can or can't put in their body. Or a woman. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, big guy? Come over here to say hi to the dad. Oh, come say hi to the dad. Oh, you're a good boy. He's a good boy. With him. Dang it. 30, 40-pound dog. He thinks he's a lap puppy. He thinks he's a lap dog. Wait a minute, Pants. Wait your turn. Wait your turn. I want this big guy. I love this big guy. He's my guy. He's my guy. He's my biggest one that I ever did. Biggest. Oh, it was. Oh, Pants, you need to wait. One puppy at a time. Oh, one puppy at a time. Oh my God. Oh my God. Pants, stop. Get down, Pants. Get down. Because you're not waiting your turn. You have to wait. Toggy's getting love. One puppy at a time. One puppy at a time. I love him. I love him. I love him, guy. I love him, guy. Oh, get your tail. Oh, get your tail. Pants, get down. You need to share. Go on, go lay down. If you can't share, you have to wait your turn. Doggy hopped up here first. You have to wait. You're being impatient. Be a good boy. Yeah, be a good boy. Toggy's getting some love, huh? Him was the dad. Okay, you all done? Okay, I think he's all done. He had to get some love there. Yes, they're good boys. Like I said, this guy, he's a big dog. He thinks he's just a lap puppy. He don't realize how big he is. He almost takes up the whole couch over here. He's a big guy. He's a big guy. Are you all done? And go lay over there. All right, you can get some love now. You want some love, Mr. Pants? Okay, okay. Mr. Pants, you can get up here now. You can get some love. He's got to get some loving now, too. Mr. Pants. Mr. Pants. Oh, you already got loving. You already got some loving earlier. You just got so much loving. My guy. His mama was half blue heeler and half wild dingo. Huh. Dingoes make the best puppies. Yes, they do. There's a reason the Aussies backbreed them. They're the most loyal puppies ever. And they work harder than any other dog out there. Huh. That's my guy. No kisses. My guy. I love him. He's my biggest pants I ever did have. His name is Bone Bone. Oh, no kisses. Don't you even think about it. He's seriously trying to plan a kiss. He's planning and plotting. Watch, he's going to be sneaky. You're trying to be sneaky. I know you are. I know you are. I know you are. I know you too much. Oh, he thought he was going to get it right there. What are you doing? What's wrong with him? He's going to freak out. He's going to freak out. Oh, he's going to lose his mind. Uh-oh. He's going to go crazy.
He's gonna go crazy like Dad. He's gonna go crazy. Oh no, he's crazy, puppy. He's crazy like his dad. He's crazy. He's crazy. Are you crazy, puppy? Are you crazy like Dad? Are you crazy? You're nuts. You're nuts. Ah. See? I got some crazy dogs just like Dad. He's still over here on guard. Why are your ears down? Because you know I'm talking about you. Oh. What are you doing with your mouth? He knows we're talking about him. Are you hanging out by the fire? Where'd Tango go? It's an ear thing. It's an ear thing. Oh, he's a handsome guy. What are you doing? Just gonna hang out with Dad? All right. He's just hanging out with the dad. Yeah, you guys have a different vocabulary, different dialectus out there and over there in the outback over there in Australia, huh? America, they people call some of the strangest. There you go, homemade cottage cheese and put it in a cheesecloth. Nobody knows what cheesecloth is anymore. No, I know people they bake. They know what cheesecloth is. What are you doing, Tuggy? Nice. Yeah, my grandmother and stuff, she used to make everything. Oh, you know what I have, guys? I bought. Puppy's making some noise. I haven't had in forever. I bought some kimchi. Does anybody like kimchi? I think I'm going to try it. Hopefully it's good and it's not. Either it's really good kimchi or it's not. My grandma used to make kimchi out of my grandfather was, a war veteran, so he traveled. Yeah, most people don't like it. It's kind of spicy, got a spice to it. Yeah, it's called kimchi. It's cabbage. It's kimchi. No, this isn't sauerkraut. This isn't sauerkraut. I mean, it is, but this isn't sauerkraut. It's kind of like sauerkraut because it's obviously fermented, but this is a different, it's maybe an Asian, ooh. Yeah, that's got a smell. So it smells like a kraut, because obviously it is a cabbage, so. Break this bad boy open, yeah. Definitely has an aroma of cabbage. Oh, yeah.
Getting in some of that. I should have. Get some of that juice down there. Yeah, a lot of the stuff we don't eat that's like tart or horseradish or these things we don't eat because a lot of people. Some kimchi's a little sour because it's obviously like a kraut, but it's this isn't too bad. It's real mild. There's a little bit of flavor there, but maybe it's just the top of the jar from sitting at the top of the jar a little bit. I bet you as I get down in there and towards the bottom, it'll probably just those people that kind of aired on the top. Mm. Red pepper, Napa cabbage, red pepper, fish sauce, sugar, salt, green onion, garlic, ginger, salt, water. Why no maltodextrin? Why no monosodium glutamate? Wow, I taste that fish flavor, guys. I hadn't eaten fish in a long time. I forget. I knew it was in there. I was like, when you eat that, you got to remember there's fish in there, Tracy. You hadn't had fish in a long time. Yeah, Napa cabbage. This has Napa cabbage to make. So, ooh, that fish flavor is strong. It's spicy. It has a spice to it, obviously. They'll use like an anchovy, normally. I know my brother makes this. My grandma made this. And she would use anchovy for the fish. Is what she'd use, like an anchovy paste. There's not just white one. There's been a minute since I had some. I have to tell you, my brother's kimchi's a lot better than this. But this isn't bad because I've had kimchi before where I just didn't want to eat it. It just wasn't very good. But not bad though. And don't you find that ironic that there's not all that extra crap in here? It's obviously not a product of the United States of America. Because if this was the US, it'd have all kinds of extra crap in it that we don't even need in there. So I saw this and I thought, man, I haven't bought anything like that in a minute. It was like $6 or something. It seemed a little expensive for me, but I don't know. An order of kimchi is like a few bucks for just an order. There's probably 3 orders of kimchi in there. So, it's not a bad deal, I guess. Or I better have another kind of like that spice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all everything is so bad now, as far as what we eat. We forget to eat stuff like this. Mm. Put this outside. Oh yeah. Watch it. Just shut the door. You're in the way, knuckle butt. Little floppy dog. How are we doing on our fire? Throw another piece on top of that one. Get some more fire going in there. More piece there. Nice. Never had. Said Dublin? Huh. Nice. Yeah, he's a pretty boy. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. Sound like the what was that? The Cayenne chef. He was a, where was who was he? Who was that? He was on television. He did a lot of soul food type of Cajun cook. Great Cajun cook. Yeah, that's what he was. But Anyway, so I hope you got a good food plan too, guys. I'm hoping you see what's coming up here with the pretty soon, you know. I think we're all going to see our skill set's going to come back into place. We're going to go back to some of these ways of old, like waste not, want not, learning how to grow our own foods and things like mental health recovery. She has a nice garden, and many of us too have gardened through the years, and cutting back on a lot of these foods that we should be eating, you know. Cool. Yeah, okay, look at that in the bowl. I keep really pushing yeah, you know. Good stuff. Yeah, sure. He's such a good boy. Like I said, he's in timeout. He came inside the box when there was nothing in the box. I don't know what got up his butt. I saw him jump in the box. I'm like, what are you doing in there? And he let off a little, he just peed. I'm like, what are you? And he's like, so he's been outside for a day or something. So he's in timeout. He's mad at dad, but no, he's not. He's all right. He came up and he was helping me earlier. But, again, I'm appalled at myself at the way I eat. You know I eat a lot better than most people, because a lot of people just eat just in, just a lot of extra things that they shouldn't be putting in their body. And that, because I didn't grow up eating properly. I mean, not healthy. I thought, we grew up in this whole food pyramid where everything was all backwards. And then basically how I grew up was that, a lot of the food was based around the meat. A meal wasn't a meal unless it had meat, you know. So now that's not always a thing. So growing up had very different childhood where I struggled with food, and, being around was malnourished and stuff. But once I was with my father, we ate properly and ate 3 meals a day, and he cooked large meals and made sure we always had a starch and, and a bread and vegetable and a meat, and, the whole, it seemed like there was always, a large balanced meal is what it was called. You were trying to get all, your 4 food groups in there, and milk, and always orange juice, and always, just a very rigid, meal based around the meat too, very protein. And but that's when food was food, and it didn't have all this extra crap in it. You only maybe got a little bit of that out if you went out to eat or something. So I'm very appalled at the way I eat, and the things I allow my body to in my body that I know are wrong. They're not, they're poisons that we eat. You know what I'm saying? And then you look at the cost it is to just like I said, mental health, healing. It's getting so expensive, and it's not going to get cheaper. Let's not be political, but when Trump comes in office, he said he's going to sanction everybody. We're sanctioning our own allies, Germany, Mexico, Canada, if they don't become part of the U.S. What? Greenland, dude, I can't believe the moves that are being made right now, guys. It's so epic what I see on the chessboard here. They're making big moves right now. Big moves. That's why I hope you're making some independent moves for yourself to be independent of this system. It's so expensive on their system. If you can become your own system, you can cut a lot of unnecessary cost and chemicals and just even teachings, homeschooling your children and things like that, just really much more wholesome, organic, much more righteous. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you waited and went hungry, you ate it for your next meal. Right now, I think the average is probably I think somebody said they paid $7.50 for eggs. Remember, eggs are really high priced right now because they're doing their chump ritual right now. They're Donald Chump, January, Giannis, Two-Face, two jokers in a deck. Say one thing, do another. Two jokers in a deck of cards. 52 weeks in a year. No, Joker, that's not a year. A year doesn't have 12 months. You've been played like a deck of cards. But anyways, Giannis is the Two-Face, the one with the bird or the rooster or the cock or the hen. That is January. So that's why the prices of eggs, if you remember 2 years ago, they did the same thing. And now they're saying bird flu and all that passed on to that's insane. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to be in this world sometimes, brothers and sisters, with you. I know you're all struggling so much. I hate yeah, that's what I'm saying. But come on, lady in red. Bird is air. This is every time you see something bird, you can't say, "Oh my gosh, Pastor Tracy said that this was an air thing." Well, a lot of it is. A lot of these things, they're just, virtue signaling you. Do you know what that term means? To virtue signal? Predictive programming. They're softening this blow, if you will. So that's what they're predictive programming you. So they're gaslighting. I guess that's the new term. Gaslighting you with all this bird stuff. Outstanding. See, that's how you take your independence back. Thank you, Sister Donna, for showing these people how it's done, for being an example. And then all that garden doesn't go to waste. All those extras into the chickens. You don't waste nothing when you have chickens at all. I used to take my chickens and I put my chicken, my rabbit, hutches in the chicken house in the Rancho Pollo. So they do their business and it all falls down and the chickens pick and scratch all that stuff and just go produce all of it. So yeah, there's a ribeye here is about 20 plus $25. Mental health. Yeah, 15. You're back east, though. I think you're back east there, lady in red. You're not on the West Coast, so things are definitely tend to be more cheap Midwest and back east, and in a lot of places. Not on the coastlines, though. Definitely more expensive when you get down to Florida and up north, and some of them northerly states can get very expensive too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you'd pay, in this little town, you'd pay about the same. Honestly, you're in the outback here, it's gonna be $30 for a ribeye. About the same. So, you guys, the war that is starting across, this rock right now, if it's not already, ordinances falling in your backyard, which is happening in a lot of places right now, please be thankful that it's not. You know what I'm saying? We're sitting here griping about the price of food, and people have ordinances falling in their front and backyards. You know, their houses are being taken out by war. So, man, my I don't know, it's got something in my freaking chest today. Drink enough water, am I right? I don't think I've got enough water in me today. Didn't drink enough water yesterday. But be thankful too, guys, if you're warm and you have a roof over your head and you have a vehicle to drive. You're not walking. You're not collecting cans just to try to pay for enough propane to heat your little buddy heater or something. You know, there's a lot of people struggling right now. And they don't have much of a variety. You know, some people have never eaten anything other than rice. Maybe a little bit of fish, but probably not much else of anything. There are literally people who have such a very limited diet. So they're going to people die tonight of you know, frostbite and starvation and all these things. So we're very blessed to have the things that we have. We have abundance. So let's be thankful for that. And man, it's getting hard to just exist and have a regular, you know, for just the normal, what would be considered the normal or normal, you know, somebody can have the ability to eat 2-3 meals a day. Nice, yeah, onions. Might be that kimchi stirred up something in my chest too. That was good stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. Good stuff. I like to hear that. Mommy, thank you guys so much. Appreciate those who have alternative. Yeah, just stir up a little. Boy, that stuff had a little zap to it, you know, when that's good. I don't eat a lot of stuff like that. I should eat more things like that. But all you people that have, you know, created supply chains in different areas than your main grocery stores, second and third, and other ways to trade, and that's brilliant, guys. You're going back to the ways of old. You're locally sourcing these things. You're getting better quality most of the time. Farmers markets, farmers, local food sources. You know, when these chains break down and they start doing these other things, you're going to have your own system. And I think you'll thrive in these coming days, you know. Definitely brilliant move on your part to take the time to create another supply chain for yourself. Probably, again, that's not the norm. And so I gotta remember that last week. Nice. See, such beautiful things, guys. I this is it's things that the old ways are going to come back, guys. I'm telling you, these old ways. I'm not saying that you can't use modern technology, you know, when it's there and you have the ability. I'm not saying give unto Caesar, you know, sometimes, but these tried and tested ways of old are ways that are going to go back to, you know, being able to sustain life as other people have become so yeah, it doesn't come from a grocery store, it comes from farms. Thank you much. You know what I'm saying? It's a good way for us to take back our individual rights too, brothers and sisters, that we have constitutional rights. You know, again, during what they said during World War II, I think during World War II, 40% of the U.S. grew their own food, grew their own gardens, sustained their own, had their own gardens. You know what I'm saying? Now less than 1% of the United States public grows their own food. Probably not just gardens too. That's full. That was not just gardens, but think about that. From 1%, 1%, less than 1% of people grow gardens in the U.S. They got us around the frickin', you know what, brothers and sisters, and we just go do it. We just go do it. We're creatures of habit, and we just go do it anyways. We go eat their, boxed, bagged, and canned crap. And I'm guilty. I've got, it is what it is. I'm not saying I told you, I'm still eating, I try not to eat as like most people do, but I still eat the way I do. I'm not organic. Heck, remember, even if you go to a lot of these places, the word organic doesn't even mean organic anymore. They've showed that this is not something that. Oh, we just had something shoots there. What was that all about? So I do appreciate that people of Dialuber, yeah, or DoorDash or they really used to talk about, there was something that was done. There was something that was done that people have forgotten, that here in America, they created those value menus. The ability to eat out became more cost efficient than to go and cook the food yourself. Remember with the subdivision where people used to have what we're doing, trying to go back to the ways old now, buying a half a cow, having a freezer, putting up extra things, canning foods, drying foods, fermenting foods, storing foods, long-term food storage. All these things are ways of old, larger volumes. And now, because people had abundance, and now people don't even have abundance, they only buy what they need for the time. And that actually went from, you trading with your neighbor because, there you go. Smoking meats to keep them longevity. Thank you so much. These things were done, brothers, sisters, and your neighbors would fill in the gaps for where you didn't have. Maybe Lady in Red had a smoker and smoked meats and you didn't, but you had a certain, maybe you did something other, you did a vegetable garden and you had a certain abundance, like you had fruit or something that they couldn't. New Mexico, thanks for coming in. You know what I'm saying? That they would fill in that gap. They grew abundance. They had cantaloupes and watermelons, and they would trade you or something like that. And it was a working system that worked within the community. And this was done pretty regularly because people weren't subdivided, into these subdivisions, and people were on larger parcels of land. They had the ability to grow. You know what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Somebody said, and they had the ability to grow a larger, and then they would trade and deal in larger volumes. And it was okay to have abundance because you knew how to store these things. You knew how to can. You knew how to, dry foods. You knew how to, again, to pressure canned foods. You knew how to, again, just all the ways to food preservation and the ways to get food longevity out of things, such as storing extra wheat and extra rice and extra sorghum and barley and things like this. You know what I'm saying? Were ways that you can stack protein for when you had lean years. And this was a way of a lifestyle, because it wasn't like that. Imagine when your life was just worried about when you were getting up every day, worrying about what you were going to eat and making sure you had a roof over your head so you didn't freeze to death at night. You know what I'm saying? You had a more of a simple lifestyle. You were worried about your belly. You would think with your belly, you know what I'm saying? Your belly is what would drive you. You know, maybe you might have something else going on, but most of your life was consumed around putting enough protein in your gut and, you know, having enough food to make it to the next day. You didn't always have, yeah, you know what I'm saying? You didn't always have abundance. You couldn't store it. Another animal could come and take it. You know, you didn't have a community. You couldn't rely on other. It's more individual, you know, an individual lifestyle. And that's, like I said, I think that's something that probably going to go back to myself. I told you this is the way that I want to, and I don't have to do it alone now. I think Kevin is willing to be a part of what it is that I'm trying to do. And I don't plan on trying to do it full time right away. I plan on trying to ease back into that old way and rehone all my skills that I've had through the years and training, and go back to these ways that I know that I could sustain myself without having to worry about, again, this, you know, imbalance that we're in now, where we don't even have abundance anymore. Nobody's growing extras, you know, because nobody has anybody to trade with anymore. It's not that it's not being done, but not as a whole. When you know that you're going to probably have extras, you know, and you say, well, honey, we can only grow so many tomatoes, right? We can can them, we can dry them, we can make ketchup, we can make tomato sauce, we can make tomato paste. You know, we can try to condense this down, but man, they're still out there growing on the vine, you know, and there's still green ones and red ones. Abundance is possible. A lot of these things, we've gotten away from these things because of the ability to have larger plots and do these things. That's pretty funny. Good stuff. Thank you. Good stuff, Mommy. Outstanding. Thank you for the testimony. That's beautiful. Good stuff. Much agape for that testimony. Appreciate that. But again, guys, you know, these things are things we've walked ourselves into a lot of these things by buying into the fact that we need to be part of this society as a, you know, Joneses, you know, we got to keep up with this because everybody went from being more self-sufficient and then helping people communal and trading and things too. And a lot of it is by design, brothers and sisters. Please, you know, don't be too hard on your brothers and sisters because we don't always make best decisions. We succumb to our flesh, but they did this, guys. I mean, they have made this so hard right now for the average person. It doesn't have to just be here in America, but in this country, one man could take care of paying all the grocery bills. People didn't struggle for a grocery bill. That wasn't part of the struggle. The house was paid, the mortgage was paid. There weren't a lot of renters and things like that. There were a lot of more homeowners. Not that there wasn't renters, but you know, more homeowners. Things were like that. You know, this again is something that they keep adding more and more to this same issue by creating more debt and creating more, you know, again, where this one income could pay for the house, the college, the kids, the food, the job. The wife she could go outside and do something outside the house if she didn't want to earn income, you know, and the husband could invest in an investment and still have money for entertainment and take a vacation. One income. And not even the greatest job in the world. I'm not talking about having some high roller job. I mean, a fair paying job. One income. And now two incomes in Bend, Oregon. Every third house in Bend, Oregon sold for $1 million. $1 million. Every third house. The average home price in Bend, Oregon is $800,000. See what I'm saying, Roach? They've created this. So let's go back to this society too, where coming home and getting, think about this not that long ago, guys, like 10 or 15 years ago. How much was a bucket of chicken? And I wouldn't eat that crap, but let's try to be real. How much was a bucket of chicken at KFC? I don't even know how many pieces come in a bucket of chicken. I don't even know if they do buckets of chicken anymore, but it came in a bucket. How much was a bucket of chicken? Maybe you stuff it all in that darn thing at one point. I thought they just gave you the bucket. It had everything in the bucket. How much was a bucket of chicken 15 years ago when they had the dollar menu out? See, they created this for the sisters. They took us from on big parcels of land, putting us into this subdivision, you know, bigger to subdividing, you know, thank you, something like that, you know what I'm saying, a family. And so at that point with the dollar value menu, because think we have that dollar value menu, and I'm not saying eat out, but look at what they created. They did the rug pull on that crap already now on us, but that dollar value menu was out for a long time. You know what I'm saying? Because we're like, what do you mean dollar value? We used to buy 19-cent, 10-cent cheeseburgers, you know, 29-cent hamburgers, you know. No, a dollar value menu really made a major effect on this whole worker bee live in some apartment now, condo now. I mean, they don't even have their own house. These people live right on top of each other in condominiums and invest millions of dollars in a condominium. So they fart and their neighbor can hear it. I mean, it is what it is if that's what you choose. But, you know what I'm saying? Taking us into what is called subdivisions and divide us into complexes and in apartments and things like this, to where you take away this ability to trade, have abundance, have this ability to even do these functions anymore, because basically now you're worker bee for the system. And so I watched that happen, you know, how they did that with fast food, how they created that dollar menu, because it created something back then where it was cheaper to go to the dollar value menu than to come home and cook it. Like it's even cheaper right now to probably still buy those Mountain House meals for $10 for 2 servings than it is to even try to make those yourself. And I don't want to discourage anybody to get a freeze dryer and try to do that. But that's a really good rate. I don't think you can make it yourself. Yeah, I don't normally ever sit back. I normally sit up, but I can't. My back is killing me right now. So if you look at what they've done here, they took us from this, you know, being able to have large abundance and have extras and trade and have all these supply chains to function off of, you know, where we weren't totally dependent. We went there for extra things. A lot of people did grow a small garden, and they would supplement with the they would supplement with the, you know, with the grocery store, but you still would probably grow, you know, I remember my mom always grew sprouts, right? On the windowsill, things like that. All these things we did. Start all our little avocado trees in the windowsill, herb gardens in the windowsill, tomato plants, you know, flower pots, to strawberry pots, you know, just all, we grew a lot of our own, you know, just little extras, which would help too. Even though things were reasonable, you still had the ability to grow some of your own. And now people have just gone away from thinking they can even grow a tomato plant, you know, even to grow some herbs in their own windowsill. You know what I'm saying? anymore. People have gone away from doing anything like that. So, people can a sandwich, yep. 3 double bubble green gums, nice. Nice. There we go. And let me see where we're at. Yeah. What time was it? Yeah. So, but again, think about what I'm saying, brothers and sisters. They went and took something where we could take a supply chain and we could go out there and we could, you know, have larger volume and have abundance because we could have a larger parcel. Like, they're all subdivided into these little apartment complexes and condominiums, and, you know, everybody's living. You know, Kevin and I, we went over to Portland and we're looking at these houses. You know, it wasn't even Portland, and they were all houses on the hill, and they were just like, brrr. I mean, it was so ugly looking, guys. I don't know. Maybe it's been a while since I've been to the city, but it just wasn't appealing. It was just like, that is appalling, is what it was. It was like, why would you live this close to your neighbor? You know, so if you remember though, that dollar value menu, it ruined this country, brothers and sisters. That whole time of the dollar value menu, it was cheaper to go. Here's how I used to teach this to people with their dollar value menu. I say, look, if you remember at the time, the dollar value menu, it was 99-cent cheeseburgers, double cheeseburgers, fry. I mean, remember, everything was on the dollar menu at one point in time, right? I don't know. Maybe I just ordered off the dollar value menu. There was other things, but anyways, a chicken salad, which I don't think they do salads after the COVID now, but I don't eat McDonald's. It's been a long time since I eat, but a chicken salad was $5.95. Oh, we got the McChickens too, if you like the McChickens, right, for 99 cents. So what are you going to do? What are you going to get, the $5.95 for the chicken salad, or are you going to get 6 double cheeseburgers? Or, oh no, I'll take 3 McChickens and 3 double cheeseburgers. You know, it created a whole different kind of generation where people became very dependent again on that $15 chicken bucket. You know what I'm saying? $15 chicken bucket. They'd stop off and grab the $15 chicken bucket, or go grab something off the, you know, grab a bag of cheeseburgers or something like that, take them home and spread them out on the table, where people wouldn't even sit around their own tables anymore and have meals around the table. Children aren't raised by their parents, they're raised by iPads now, or they're whatever they call those things. There's different names for them now, I guess. They're not iPads, but you know, again, brothers and sisters, we have become so dependent on something that we could check out of if we just apply ourselves in a lot of ways. So nice. To all beef patty, special sauce, less cheese, pickles, onions, on a sesame bud. Big Mac. Remember all the free during the Olympics and during the 1984 Olympics in the U.S., man, they gave away more food, McDonald's free food, when Greg Louganis hit his head on the backboard of the, or whatever, and he did his dive. It's over $250 for a carton of cigarettes. Oh my God. Oh, I just lost my other light. That's it. That's crazy. That's wow. That's just unbelievable. Wow. I'm so glad I quit smoking like 15 years ago, maybe longer than that. Maybe it's been longer than that now. I'd have to ask my son, he'd know. But no, it's not that hard to figure it out. When cigarettes were $4, well, they were $4 a pack. They weren't $5 a pack. Yeah, that's crazy. $250. Yale McDonald bought a farm. Think about that, man. So how much is a pack of cigarettes there, Donna, on average? You know, I'm sure you have some of the similar brands, Marlboros or Camels, or I'm sure you have some brands there we don't have. That's wow. 200. Oh, I just took the wind out of my sails to think about what it would take to even. Wow. Yeah, you got 25 packs. You guys have 25 packs of cigarettes over there? 25 are most cigarette packs 25 over there? Because they're 20 in the US, and I know other places have 25. There are some places I think you can get. Can you get? I don't know. I thought you used to be able to get some 25 pack cigarettes in the US too. Ross, you're making Donna want to move to the US and become an Indian and smoke all them Indian cigarettes. You go to Mexico and smoke donkey, you know what? Yeah, vaping's so bad for you. Nice, good for you. $50 for a carton of cigarettes. Man, yeah, like cigarettes were $4. I think they've just become $4 when I quit smoking. Vaping is now illegal in. Are you hearing this, guys? This is what's coming to the US. Yep, you can buy singles here. You can buy singles in the US. Can you buy single cigarettes in the US still? A single? I didn't know people bought those either, but somebody said you could buy a little. I didn't know you bought those too. Never heard of that. People were buying single cigarettes. It's like, never heard of that. Smoked all those years, didn't know you could buy a single cigarette. It's illegal to vape in freaking Australia. That is insane. Vape is illegal. There's a lot of under the table cigarette shops. I imagine that just makes a huge black market. $20 a carton. Wow. That's crazy. Thank you, Father, that I don't smoke anymore. It's been so long since I've smoked. It's also illegal to smoke cigarettes in suburbs and public. Dude, holy shit. Wow, guys, we live in such an amazing time, huh? We're so advanced. Oh, this is such an amazing place. Wow, you guys are just rocking my world, man. I love it. Thanks for the truth. I need this. This shows me how, wow. America, huh? I'm just blown away. Oh man, I have not been sleeping very good. Glad I don't vape. Glad I don't smoke cigarettes. I grow all my own cannabis. I don't really have to worry about that. But Wow. Glad I don't drink or do drugs or have to rely on such a heavy burden. I can't imagine what the price of what the beer cost in a one beer would cost you in Australia. You were already outside. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I know. Dad should probably wrap it up. You need to spend some time with Dad. All right, guys. I better wrap this one up. Puppy's got to. This guy wants to spend some time with the dads there for a week. I left him for a couple days, and well, whatever. I went and picked up that pickup truck. So, see that? He's needing some dad time. I don't know if he can hear me. Oh, I love him. Oh, I love him, guys. Oh, I love the guys. I know Dad's been fun. Pants, put your paws down. You're digging your paws into my leg. Thank you. So, or cafes, yeah. Remember when you could smoke on an airplane, guys? Smoking on an airplane. Everybody's in the tube and you're smoking in the back part of the tube. You're in the Twinkie and you're smoking in the back part of the Twinkie with the wings. Sir, you're going to have to go smoke that section, ma'am, in the back of the smoking section there. So, all right, guy. Thank you, brothers, sisters, for your time again today. Appreciate it. What a good, nice, just mellow live stream here. Appreciate it. I'm still on the lookout for my son. You know, I don't know where he'd be, but I hope he's safe and hope that Father has his hand on him and my daughter. So thank you so much for your time again and your support of the ministry, and come back again when you have some more time. I'll try to come on again when I have some more time. Again, appreciate it's hard to believe that we're here in this time and place and space. Look at these massive moves. Look at these massive moves being made around this world, these big chessboard moves that are being made by a lot of these, a lot of these countries, guys. So please remember the people that you're around. We can make an effect. It's always been the smallest number of people, again, in history who've made the greatest changes. It doesn't take large volumes of people to sway people. If you have the right cause, and people will, don't worry, you're not going to need to bring anybody to your cause. They'll want it. You know what I'm saying? McDonald's has ashtrays. Oh my gosh, you guys remember they had ashtrays, little tin ashtrays that you could smoke inside the McDonald's. Oh my gosh, that's freaking crazy how far this world has come, man. From freaking 29-cent cheeseburgers, 19-cent hamburger wars, and to where we're at now, we're at $50 for a pack of 25. So please be wise with your time, brothers, sisters, and come back when you got some more of these brilliant, ways, so others are watching this. I'm sure others will come in and see these excellent comments you guys left here. I appreciate you edifying me. I'm very happy that I was able to go get that pickup truck. I'm going to use this next week to try to get some things done to it so I feel comfortable and that I could leave if I needed to. And I'll have that done, and I'll be able to focus on the ministry, getting the this ministry paid off, this land here. So Kevin's turned out to be a good neighbor. I think he'll be a great neighbor for the ministry, and I think Father put who he wanted here. So I'm blessed to have him here, and I'm blessed to have you guys as a part of this daily flesh that I fight, and you guys help comfort quite a bit of the pain. And I thank Father for such a blessing that to be able to behold my time with you, my brothers and sisters, my mother. The tree of knowledge and the tree of life are very real things, brothers and sisters. So I do appreciate everybody's time. It's very important. We talked a little bit about finances without being too much of a Debbie Downer here, I think. But we know it's getting expensive for all of us. So please be prepared now. If you have ability, maybe you can exchange some of those things and go get some of those things that you need so that you can help another brother out here in the future. Because I don't see anything in the future being, um, yeah, I apologize. Yeah, I'm just wrapping up here, Storm. Uh, but I appreciate you, those that have been preparing and having extra abundance. So when things get more difficult, you'll be able to help. You'll be able to help, brother. So won't that be a good feeling when people are in need, and you'll be able to take the blessings that you've been giving and give to others? I cannot wait to, for the day. That's why I've said so feel blessed to have Kevin out here and stuff, and then to share here with you this ministry, this blessing that he gives to me. So thank him for thank you for making that come to fruition. It feels good to be able to come in here and share, brothers, sisters. And I have to anyways, but thank you for being a part of that. And this ministry is gives this life, this meat suit, a lot of value. It really does. And I've struggled here for the last 10 years with you know just it just doesn't seem, the purpose is not there like it was. um, so cool. I do appreciate everybody for keeping me in their prayers. Always pray for God's will, never for your own, for me. You know what I'm saying? Pray for the Father's will for me. I don't want it to get in the way. What if he wants me to get hurt, killed, find my wife I've always looked for? I don't know. Don't get in the way of that. Just pray for Father's will, and I'll pray for the same thing for you. Okay? I don't want to get in the way of Father's will. So much agape, and I appreciate the time that you share here, and hope that we'll reveal, more and more truth will come out, and you feel more and more like this is a place of rest and a place to come sup, and your time is worthy to spend it here. And thank you guys for pulling me through a big hump there. I mean, nothing's changed, but in my legal situation, but everything will work out. I know Father will pour out a just measure on all of us. So he's the equator. He will right all the wrongs, and he will ease all that pain that you feel in your heart right now. I know a lot of us are struggling, and a lot. We're struggling a lot, and that's could be a good thing. Pleasure is worse than the pain, brothers and sisters. Remember that. Pleasure is worse than the pain. Don't give in to this flesh, brothers and sisters. Pleasure is worse than the pain. All right. Welcome to the new age. I'll see you guys again soon. Thank you again for another Predestined for Light, formerly the channel Predestined for Light, High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. We'll see you again soon. If you guys want to leave a comment after the video, that sure helps a ton. And the thumbs up is a great way to support the ministry. And link in the description for monetary. Let's not worry about that. I do appreciate your time, and come back when you have some more time. Okay? The last thing I want you to do is make sure you're reading that book of Matthew 10:34 through 39. I want you to read it tonight, tomorrow. I want you to read it every day until you can read it, and it doesn't need to be written anymore. You can read it right off your heart, and you can say it to me or anybody. Matthew 10:34 through 39. I keep leading you with that. That's the backbone of this ministry. I hope it gives you purpose. You guys give me purpose. You know what I'm saying? I do. I love being here with you, brothers and sisters. This fellowship, I thank you so much for being here. And I do have to make a mention that it wouldn't even be possible without Father telling my brother and teacher and pastor Jim Brown to tell me you need to fellowship. And I wouldn't have any of you. I wouldn't have any of you in my life. It wasn't for my teacher and my brother Jim Brown putting the word of God on me. You know what I'm saying? Putting the word of God on me. Tracy, no, I don't want to hear this. You need to fellowship, Tracy. So thank you so much for teacher Jim Brown for not being easy with me and putting the word on me, because this channel wouldn't even be a thing without him. So
much blessings to the ministry at High Desert Faith and Truth, and then Grace and Truth Ministries there in Hendersonville, Tennessee. Here on YouTube, please make sure you, if you're not subscribed to that channel too, Lady in Red always drops links to that. Go see Brother Jim and all the other brothers and sisters over there in the Narrow Way. Love you, brothers and sisters. See you again soon. Thank you for another broadcast, and Lord willing, we'll see you again on the next Predestined for Light. Again, formerly Predestined for Light, now High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Welcome to the new age. Welcome to the last book of Revelation. I am Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.